At least that's what Iowans were singing up until the recent Des Moines poll, at which point they suddenly and inexplicably changed their vote, and we're in for a Kamala sweep. What can I say, folks? Sometimes life doesn't make sense. Keep it going, you coward. But the YouTube video ended. The YouTube video is over. It's done now. $10-hour repeat. I couldn't find the 10-hour repeat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can we have the link? No. You can find it yourself. I'm gatekeeping. You guys see this shit? You probably have.
For 9 years, we've had the biggest rallies in history of any country.
You've probably seen this.
Every rally's full. You don't have any seats that are empty. You don't have anything yet. I mean, the one we had today, you missed a beauty. We could have filled that place up 20 times. I mean, that was beautiful. And the Virginia rally, did you hear about the Virginia rally? That was on. Glenn Youngkin did a great job, the governor of Virginia.
I actually consider it journalistic malpractice that this hasn't been done every single time Donald Trump lies about this.
But it's very hard when you do these things. It's very hard. And
with every news station.
A little bit. We weren't very late. We weren't very late. Just a few minutes. Just a few minutes, depending on your definition of when it's going to start.
This claim has been fact-checked by real camera operators.
I was talking to some of the people. It's sort of, you know, in a way it's sad, and in a way it's beautiful.
Is Virginia a swing state? No.
Said, you know, this is coming to an end. These rallies are coming to an end. We've been doing them, think of it, for like 9 years. We started a year before, and we've had tremendous success. In 2016, we did phenomenally, right? We went in, they said, they gave us a 3% chance.
No.
And sort of like amazing, right? 3%.
No wonder Trump sounds so rough and haggard all the time now when he gives speeches, because he has to watch people leave all the time. Literally, like, he keeps repeating the line that Kamala gave him during the debate. People keep leaving your rallies early. He has to keep repeating it because he keeps getting distracted by all the people leaving during his rallies.
That means 97% for crooked Hillary and 3% for me. And I was saying, well, I went to Iowa and I had 48,000 people, and she had about 300 people. And then we went to another one in another state. We had 49,000 people. She had 243 people. And I kept saying, why are we going to lose? Why?
Like, I mean, just imagine how fucking boring this is. Listen to what he's talking about right now. He's talking about rally sizes that he had versus Hillary Clinton. That was 8 years ago. He's sundowning, man. I'm so glad that Trump is suffering his own personal hell. Yeah, this has got to be nightmarish for him.
Why are we going to lose? And we didn't lose, you know. We ended up winning, and we ended up winning the presidency, right? And that was an exciting night. Remember how it started? It started with a bunch of fake news. Look, there they are. That's a lot of fake news.
These dicks could have panned to the camera, panned the camera to the non-crowd at any time. Yeah. It's really, really, really funny. It's not the only one. The prophecy, the Kamalophacy has only been getting more and more true. The J.D. Vance, John Jr. John Jr. Good Lord, look at me. What have we become? What's happened to this? I say he's sundowning. Look what's happening to me. John Jr. Whatever, man. John Jr. J.D. Vance and John Jr. No wonder they barely bring up J.D. Vance anymore. Look at this rally. Look at my goddamn vice presidential rally. Please, God, compare this to what Tim Walz gets at any of his rallies. Oh, my God. Look at that. Yeah, this is like a Thanksgiving family get-together. Oh. Oh, man, look how far out they extended the barricade. Oh, my God. It's like based purely on rally attendance and vibes, I feel like this should be a Reagan level sweep for Kamala. Like, if you were only looking at the amount of public attention they're able to mobilize and how many people are showing up to their rallies and so on and so forth, if that was the only metric you were looking at, we would be looking at like a 48 state sweep or 49 in DC or whatever. The polls are garbage. Harris is going to win by a huge margin. I guess we'll see. I like how if the pollsters are hedging their bets and hurting as much as we're accusing them of doing, it actually serves the interests of both Republicans and Democrats, because Republicans get a boost from being elevated in the polls undeservedly, and the Democrats benefit because the illusion of an extremely dangerous and popular Republican Party gives them an excuse to turn right on a bunch of social issues. Then the Democrats can be like, oh man, if we, you know, we need to go full Hitler on immigration issues. Otherwise, like, we were very close to losing that election, you know? Nick Fuentes turns on Trump. Uninteresting and unsurprising. Nick Fuentes has been, like, carving off his own cult community for literal years. There's nothing new about this. It's not even the first time he's done it. Shiftless. That's true. Oh my god. Not nearly as fun as when Rittenhouse did it and they made him change his mind before the day was out. That was really funny. Dude didn't have the spine to be a grifter. That's crazy. I'm trying to find that other rally that people were making fun of. I don't know if I'm able to find it, just blind scrolling through my retweets. Was this the one that I was thinking of? I think this is a different camera at the same event. Oh, here we go. This is what I saw. The comparison between Kamala and Trump at the same arena. Yeah, same place. It's pretty funny. Trump events seem downright depressing. Yeah, genuinely. I almost can't blame Trump for continuously bringing up the damn, like, the dig on people leaving the rally. If we lose, this is the greatest media psyop in human history. Even if we win, it's the greatest media psyop in human history with all the fucking poll hurting. Trump riling up his base with death threats to media again. Yeah, I saw it. Trump says, I don't mind if the media gets shot. To me, someone would have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much. Yeah. I saw this one. Just get the clip. Where is it? Where is it? Why the fuck can't I find it? Why is everything on Twitter? I know Twitter's a fucking shit heap now and nothing on it works. Why the fuck can't I? Can't find anything. Can't find shit. And if you search anything on Twitter, all it gives you is porn. There's not even any, like, cohesion on the date. You can search, like, 2 words, and the first result that it'll give you is from, like, February 2nd or something. I got you. Thank you. But, like, Christ.
And I have this piece of glass here. But all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind.
Nice. Very normal, a good bit, yada yada. Nobody ever taught him the in Minecraft bit. He doesn't understand. What? It looks like Elon Musk has apparently convinced Donald Trump that he may win New Jersey. On winning blue states, Trump, when I went to New Mexico, you saw that crowd. It was an amazing crowd, and it was a weekday morning in New Mexico. You think you might win New Mexico? I have a chance. I think I might win New Jersey. I think I might win Virginia. Truth nuke! You thought Virginia wasn't in play, you fucking liberal? Hold on 1 second. Hey, Vermin! Water! I need to be watered! I'm like a plant in a garden. What happened to the huge water jug? Well, you see, if it doesn't get refilled, it's empty, and I forgot to refill it. Do plants yell at their owners to water them? I mean, if I was a plant, I would. Yeah. Many Republicans believe the election is rigged because they are being misled. The replies to this Elon Musk post are full of people who think New Jersey is in play. It's fucked up, man. People are out there watching too much Tim Pool. They really do think it's going to be a 50-state sweep. What's that green bar? That's stamina. I don't know why they put the mana on top, but... Wizard build? Yeah, this is how a real wizard sees their stats. You know, health is a secondary consideration. You guys see this? Joyful.
Hey besties, time to enter your artsy era. It's lit. This is also lit. She's giving grace, she's giving elegance. She devoured, I fear. This is fire. Queen of giving us the bombastic side eye. Georgette Chen is that girl. The vibes are immaculate around here. Slay. One of our largest artwork on display. I'm gagged. You get the pole dance in the gallery. Chat, is this real? To all the Sigmas out there, come increase your aura points and enjoy a golden day out at the gallery. We are cooking from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day.
Uh, the only thing that could get me out to Singapore. The best part of getting old is making teens vibrate violently when you use their slang. I don't think any teenagers are angry at that one. That one's good. The British Tank Museum started this trend. I don't think that could ever be done as well for a tank museum. Because all of the memes you would have to like all the vernacular you would have to employ for that demographic would be like, I don't know, you'd have to do some like Hearts of Iron 4 stuff. I haven't seen it. I meant the Royal Armories. Okay, that's different. TikTok link. TikTok autoplays. I hate that shit. Oh no, I have the site muted. What a delight.
To see more of me, 8-bet. Let me show you some of my favourite parts of the museum. This elephant armour is slaying the house down, Boots. I'm deceased. If you're having a mentee bee, take some time to admire the Pavia diorama. Dioramas give me life. Girl boss. This Civil War armour is giving Giga Chad energy.
Yeah, I don't like this one nearly as much. No hate to the guy. It feels like this guy's just saying the things that he's told to say, whereas the first guy, the one in Singapore, seemed to have some understanding of the way of like the meaning of what he was saying and what like the funniest possible delivery would be. I might also just be like bigoted against British people. I'm gonna say it's because he's white. There is an element of that, yeah. Like having like an old white man as opposed to like an old Asian guy. Yeah, there's probably just an element of bias to that that has nothing to do with delivery, you know? He sounds Welsh though. No, he doesn't. Yeah, the Asian guy was in on the joke. Holy shit, I'm tired. Why am I so tired? We actually gained an hour last night. Underrated brain dead Trump clip. This one isn't even special or interesting because this has been the primary argument that Republicans have used against climate change for decades.
Guiding us. And you know, we have a problem. We don't have a global warming problem. They don't use that term anymore anyway because, as you can see, the planet, it's very cool out here today, isn't it? Oh, they go crazy when I say it. But it's not global warming because at certain points it starts to cool a little bit, like now, guiding us.
Like, that's not even a Trump-specific thing. That's just, like... That's the median Republican response. This was back in 2015.
The C-SPAN network bring you long-form public affairs programming from the nation's
national attention, and in case we have forgotten, because we keep hearing that 2014 has been the warmest year on record, I asked the chair, you know what this is? It's a snowball, and that's just from outside here. So it's very, very cold out, very unseasonal. So here, Mr. President, catch this.
This is like it's just the way they are. Did he catch it? That was a terrible throw, so I'm gonna guess no. Thank you very, very much for the delicious water that I need to live. Did you see the Trump blowy clip? Yes, everybody has seen the Trump, like, double jack, blowjob, suck bang clip. Everyone has seen this clip. I don't. What am I supposed to say about it that's even interesting? I do like how the applause picks up, you know? I do like how a Trump crowd will go silent if that like comedian at Madison Square Garden starts leading it with a racist joke, but they go wild when Trump starts mimicking giving a blowjob. I don't know what their priorities are. This is how Trump wins the gay vote. I mean, that looked like a shit blowjob, to be honest. So I don't know if that's not very convincing. You ask a lot of questions, Lily Crumb. Here's the full clip. You missed a part. Oh, I missed a part. I'm sorry, I missed vital context. What context? This is the exact same clip. What context did I miss? TFRSB, you have 5 seconds to answer before I permanently delete your account and all of your socials and leak your social security number, phone number, and home address to the internet. There is a bit more, sorry. What? Chat, Vosh, please react to politics. Oh, this politics? This politics? Half a second of never before seen behind the scenes footage. We can do politics. You see the discourse over this one? You ever, hate women?
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I would love to be a homemaker and a wife. I would love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have...
Then go do it, retard. One of the main things that we have failed our youth over, like one of the main failings, we have not taught people that farming is awful. Modern day farmers, in almost all cases, are people who own the land. Farmhands do the work. Farming is terrible. But if you want to go and get some, like, chunk of land out there in the sticks, you can. It's very inexpensive. You're wearing a tweed sport jacket. I mean, you say you have a job. You could probably afford to buy some land out there. Somewhere out there in Idaho or South Dakota, you could get a plot of land. It just sucks. You want to wake up every single day at 4:30 a.m. to tend to the cows or whatever, and then go to sleep again and then wake up again early. Your entire life is dictated by the crop cycle. You have no spare time for friends. You have to drive 35 minutes to the local grocery store to get overpriced groceries because the supply lines for getting stuff out there is incredibly difficult. You want all that?
Have one baby in the belly and on my hip and another toddler coming behind me. That's like my dream, but I can't.
That's my dream. I just want the world's most difficult job while also taking care of children. I'm definitely not romanticizing a, like, TikTok homesteading trad girl farm life aesthetic that is not real. You know, you keep seeing these influencers who are like, we went out into the countryside and bought 40 acres and we've been having an amazing time. Here are some, like, here's some video shots of our family looking happy. No, our children aren't smiling, but trust me, they're happy on the inside. Look at how white we are. Look at how traditional we are. And then, like, every single time this happens, the family was rich. Because it takes a lot of money to have this lifestyle be like a pastoral dream. In reality, if you don't already have the money, You need to farm to farm. You need to farm in order to be a farmer. Voss, the cheapest I've seen farmland in the past 5 years be is 10K an acre. It's not exactly cheap. 10K an acre, not exactly cheap. This guy ain't West Coast pilled. 10K an acre? They're handing out square feet for 10K over here in Seattle, okay?
Fucking do that, because the way the economy is set up is I'm forced to work. I'm forced to get an education.
This is how all of human history has been. Yeah, I saw a tweet where they said she doesn't want to be a farmer, she wants to be an aristocrat. And that's so fucking true. You want to be an aristocrat. Like, you want to have a farm to tend to the same way a noblewoman has, like, a garden to tend to. You don't want to be a farmer. You want to be an aristocrat. I don't want to work. I don't want to be forced to do work. I want to be a farmer. Okay.
A higher education, a college degree, in order to make enough money that I can be financially independent and afford my own home or my own rent or my own gas or my own groceries, my own insurance. And it's
yes, you have to work to live. That is true. That is true. That is, you have to work to make money. That is how the system works, yes.
Extremely difficult to do that, and it's very isolating as a woman when you have to do all of that all on your own, and you can't find somebody that you can outsource some of those chores and financial responsibilities like you would with a spouse.
Then you get a spouse. Would that problem is solved? So you don't have the, like, convenience financially and socially of having a partner. That's why you find a partner. Again, it's like the modern woke economy is forcing me to work, a thing women have never had to do. And unless you find a spouse, you can't even do any of these delightful trad girl things. Okay, then find the spouse. What are you complaining about? I think this just comes down to she doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean, it's the same problem that we have with Nazism. And this is kind of like the same pipeline, but for girls, where you have people who are correctly feeling alienated and unhappy with the current system, but rather than correctly identifying what the problems with it are and then working on social solutions, they're like, but what if I return with a V to this imagined idyllic fantasy version of the past where all of my problems are solved, you know? Which is fitting, because if you took a look at the video before I full screened it, it's sourced from Owen Benjamin, who is a Nazi. One of those Hitler was right types. So, yeah, it's the same pipeline, just in the other direction.
So no, being a single working woman absolutely sucks.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, so does being a single working man. So does working. Like, well, yeah, welcome to the world. Sorry. I'm not saying that it's bad, like, to complain about these things. It's good to fix them. But the idea of, like, I wish I could, like, again, listen to the beginning of this.
I'd love to be able to live on a homestead and go milk my cow and take the eggs out of the chicken coop and have one baby in the belly and on my hip. And
you don't want this. You are literally, like, disturbingly susceptible to propaganda. You have watched TikToks that have convinced you that, like, you take a look at a supermodel who wears high heels out to the chicken coop, and you're like, oh, that would be so nice. That would be so calming. I'm not even getting into all the feminism bit. Like, if you're completely financially dependent on your husband, he could just rape and abuse you 24/7, and there's nothing you could do about it ever. Like, I'm not even gonna, like, leaving aside that, I mean, just the like, the practicalities of the matter. You don't want any of that.
Another toddler coming behind me. That's like being a single working woman absolutely sucks. It's the worst thing ever. I hate it.
Actually, I think that being a slave or a Jew during the Holocaust would be worse than being a single working mother. But, you know, you do you.
I would go back to the 1950s in a second just so I wouldn't have to deal with this shit.
So again, I would go back to the 1950s. I would love to homestead, go to the chicken coop, have a kid on my hip and a kid in my belly, That's not the 50s. Earlier you were talking about subsistence farming, village pastoralism. Now you're just talking about a completely different point in time. Most women worked back in the 1950s, and the women who didn't were like hopped up on fucking lithium and Prozac and shit, you know? Not Prozac, but you know what I mean. Massive psychiatric issues because a lot of them were basically just domestic slaves who had no choice but to obey their husbands. It's completely made up. It's like cowboys. Cowboys were never really real. Well, everything today we associate with cowboys is derived from, like, Italian cinema back in the 40s and 50s. It wasn't a real thing. The closest thing we had to real cowboys was you literally had, like, people moving herds of cattle from one parcel of land to another, and they were made obsolete by barbed wire because you could get, like, band of cattle to move along long routes by just keeping them in with barbed wire. They were the cowboys were just like truck drivers of their era. But we have a bunch of like associated ideas around cowboys because they were cool and we made movies about them, but they weren't real. And likewise, the 1950s, like perfect, just because you saw it in like an advertising blurb for a board game made in 52 or from a Norman Rockwell painting doesn't mean that era actually existed the way that you think it existed. It's like watching a shitty porn video and being like, man, I wish I actually got stuck in a washing machine. This woman being horny looking at Pornhub and she's like, man, I wish I was a stepmom. You need to unclog the filth of your mind, okay? Your concerns with modernity are valid, but like the trad route, this doesn't work. Lauren Southern did this. Remember Lauren Southern? The trad Nazi chick who had a whole career on telling women to act not like her. And then she was like, okay, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll stop making content and I'll go be a trad wife. And then, what a shocker. The kind of guy who goes after trad wives was an abusive, like, piece of shit and treated her terribly and made her into a wreck, and then their relationship collapsed. Oh, wow, maybe feminism was actually a good idea. She was miserable.
You're talking about a traditional nuclear family where the woman doesn't work.
I have no idea where you came from. You look like you are 5 years old. What is this? Swing state debates? I don't know what format this is. I don't know what this is.
In a married household with kids.
And statistically, that was the case.
You're a single woman who isn't married with kids yet. Like,
yeah. So I'm for it because of the way it is.
They get married. Like, they get married. Like, what? If you don't care about feminism, then you don't really have a right to complain about what husband you get. Just get married. Like, if you want a husband to take care of you, get married. What, like... Like, if anything, you look like you're getting kind of old in terms of getting married at, like, the set demographic point that you would expect for the time period that you're romanticizing. Women used to get married, like pregnant, married, whatever the fuck, like 18 or younger sometime. I mean, it varies, obviously, but like, you went to college? You're way ahead of the curve, okay? You need to like hit your head with a rock a few times, drop the college education out of your brain, and then go find any husband.
Women were married by the age of 21 up until the 1970s.
I think it's a woman's choice. Before that, it was societally encouraged to marry young.
Yeah, and
not just societally encouraged. It was basically like mandatory. Women couldn't get work in a lot of fields, and when they did get work, they weren't paid as much, so they basically had no way to afford life on their own. For a lot of women, they basically had no choice but to marry, but there are a lot of women back in those days who would just like never get a husband and would live with other unmarried women. And a lot of them were lesbians. A lot of them were literally just like, they had no other choice. Like, you were considered old by the time you were like 23 or 24 in a lot of cases. That's crazy. Like, oh, you missed the boat. Sorry. You aren't going to find a husband, and therefore you are never going to have a reliable income. You will never have a home. What the fuck, man?
It was better for women mental health wise long term to be able to go into that long term committed relationship and have the established family.
Me, when I have no idea what I'm talking about and have no sources and are purely basing this off of the vibes of TikToks that I've seen, it was actually very psychiatrically beneficial to women back in the 1950s to be forced into marriage at a young age with like the first man who gave them a kiss at high school prom, you know?
Instead of being forced to slave away for a corporation that doesn't like you, doesn't care about you, makes you sit under fluorescent lights for 8, 9, 10 hours a day.
But if you don't like slaving away for a corporation who doesn't care about you, just you wait until you're slaving away in the home of a husband who doesn't care about you. You listen, okay? At least the corporation pays you, and generally speaking, they won't rape you. You know, results may vary, but generally speaking. Now, a husband who doesn't care about you, at least then you're doing it under warm, like, you know, low Kelvin lighting rather than fluorescent lighting.
You get a lunch break, you get health insurance, but do you have somebody who loves you staring at you every day like your child? No.
You can get that while working a job. It's just such a vibes-based argument, man. She just sounds incredibly lonely. I mean, this is literally like the female incel. This is like analogous in every point. Like in every single point, it is one-to-one. Though the joke being that incels hate women like this because they would be saying basically what I'm saying here, which is, well, then why don't you find a husband? They would dislike the comparison because they would be like, oh, we're involuntarily celibate. She's voluntarily celibate. She's choosing. She's complaining about not having a husband while choosing not to marry any one of the numerous bachelors she knows in her day-to-day life.
No, it's horrible.
That's great. Every time one of these dumb bitches gets like a camera to sit down in front of, they go viral because 100 million guys are like, see, women don't like feminism. Take a look at the comments. My dad was a farmer. I grew up on a farm. I'm sorry, but most of you have no idea how hard farm work is. Cosplaying a farmer is cute, but it's not reality. My dad wanted better for my bro and me to get us off the farm for the next generation. Farming sucked so much that in the 1880s, Americans looked at mills in the north and like textile factories where children would be ground into paste in the gears trying to unclog the mill, and they'd be like, that's better. They would look at coal mines. They would look at factories where there was a fire every 3 hours. They'd be like, yeah, absolutely, yes, please. They looked at tenement houses where people died of cholera every day and they had to fall asleep hanging on ropes that were like hitched to the walls. Absolutely, yes, please. Please get me off this fucking farm. Absolutely, please God, get me off this farm. Unfortunately, men leave. We need our own money. I mean, she could just get married and have kids. No one's stopping her, lol. None of these people actually lived in the 50s to study history. I'm glad the comments at least are being, like, sensible, you know. She seems to be blaming other people that she's not married. She can get married and have children if she wants. She just chooses to live single. There's nothing stopping her from doing any of that shit except being an annoying asshole. True. If you dislike working for a company because they don't appreciate you, wait until you find out what it's like taking care of a baby and toddler full time. She wants to blame everyone else for her life not being how she wants it. It's a self-defeating mindset. True! Okay. Nice. Uniformly correct comments. That's what I like to see. Looking at an Appalachian coal mine and going, yes. Yes, please. We're going to deal with this more and more as time goes on, where people feel like justified anxieties but aim them in the wrong direction, right? They have the wrong solutions to it. That's why I always say, like, a person thinking there's a problem, that's not enough. You need to agree on the solution. Agreeing on a problem means nothing. Nazis and leftists both think there's a problem with international banking, okay? Like, you can't, that doesn't tell you anything. That doesn't tell you anything. Agreeing on the problem is level 0. Yeah, it's literally like you haven't even begun to address the real issue then. Vermilion Starlight, I think that kind of invalidates how they feel. I don't think it's a kink or sexual kink or whatever the fuck thing. I mean, not in a lot of cases. I think that they are legitimately frustrated with the unfair expectations placed on people, where it's like, yeah, you have to go to school for, 16 years in order to have the right to have a job that just barely allows you to afford a life and maybe eke out one kid barely, and not have the same quality of life that your parents enjoyed. I understand the, like, genuine anxiety around that. But then to respond to that and go like, oh, well, I wish I lived at a farm. Are you a fucking idiot? What are you talking about? I hate how workers' rights have been eroded over the past century. I would like to get rid of feminism. Okay. Peasant romanticism is highly dangerous. Nostalgia, especially imagined nostalgia, is a deeply fascist impulse. Many such cases. What is this?
So she never worked there, but I did a little bit.
I don't get the joke. The joke is that Kamala Harris was a prostitute. She worked in the corner. This is like the level they're on, Cognitively, this is the level they're operating on. Wasn't Pol Pot's whole regime based on rural romanticism? To a large extent, Mao pushed that as well, or at least his own version of it, which is one of the reasons why he defended Pol Pot. Yes. Which message will resonate more with the American voters? I hate women.
Problem for our country. We're going to get inflation. We're going to get inflation is the #1 problem in the economy. But I think that's the #1 problem for our country. We're going to get inflation. We're going to get the economy taken care of. We'll do this. We're going to take care of this. Inflation.
You can tell they're taking creative solutions to address the low rally turnout too, because they've blocked off the top. They have 2 entire sections that they've left deliberately empty because of the American flag, but, like, obviously they're doing this to fill up space, because otherwise they would have put the American flag, like, somewhere else, like up here, and let the stadium be filled out. They're clearly just doing it to fill space. Likewise, with the Trump will fix it banner here, it looks like there aren't people seated behind it. It looks like this is being held up like as an actual fixture. I could be wrong on that, though. It doesn't look like people are seating back here. So that clears out like a third of this section. You have that area back here. This area is like half filled, The whole top isn't filled, of course. And then as you get closer to the side, it's just dead empty, I mean, it's smart from their perspective, right? Attendance is clearly not what they want it to be. They're doing their best to, like, fill this in. It's not good. Well, in all fairness, who would want to be behind the guy talking? I don't really go to political rallies. The last time I did was Bernie Sanders back in 2020, and I can tell you there were people behind him. They packed the Tacoma Dome to the gills, but that was Bernie Sanders, so. Just a second channel, Mothkin. Lots of good stuff on there. Lots of good stuff in the Vosh Pit. Was there this much of a gap in attendance between Trump and Hillary's rallies back in 2016? I think that Trump had more energy at his rallies back then than Hillary Clinton did, if I recall. Hillary Clinton was never popular, and he was like riding. Donald Trump had like a massive ascendancy from 2015 to 2016. He literally went from the day he descended the escalator, you know, he went from like the underdog in the Republican primaries who was being easily outpulled by people like Ted Cruz to crushing everyone in his path and making his way up to the top. There was a lot of energy and a lot of momentum back in those days. Even in 2020, because there was a big lead up with like 6 months of election fraud, fear mongering. But now, clearly not. No, I have not watched the Apprentice movie, nor will I. The GOP base has shrunk compared to last presidential election. The polling firm Gallup, which tracks party affiliation monthly, says those identifying as Republicans has shrunk by 2 percentage points since 2020. It's pretty significant. Yeah, a lot of them did die of COVID, like genuinely. A lot of it really was just COVID deaths. I mean, 2% is a huge amount. Like, 2% down from 32 to 30. Or, sorry, 30 to 28. That's a reduction of 1/15. I mean, that's like a 6 to 7%, 6, I don't know, something like that percentage reduction in how many people are considering themselves Republicans, which is millions of people. Enough to shift the election? Well, yeah. I mean, potentially. The election's happening pretty soon, so we'll get to find out. This is one of the reasons I keep talking about the unreliability of statistical models when it comes to analyzing data. Because so often when pollsters are taking their data and they're running it through models to see how to proportion the information they've been given, they use estimations they have of the Republican populations within the counties and so on and so forth they're looking at. There's just one problem, though. The last estimate that we got of populations was in the census, and the census was in 2020. What's happened since 2020? COVID. So without a very detailed, thorough, impossibly thorough statistical model, it would be very difficult to know whether or not you're proportioning your data to the correct amount of people who are Republican in any given area. You can go off like excess death count, but, you know, it's not. Didn't we get some of the updated deaths, though? Yeah, but like you can do math on that, but you're talking about like an insanely difficult equation. And you have to run this in every time anew, poll after poll after poll in each area with new models to account for like population growth and change and movement in and out of an area and deaths excess, which aren't like predicted by general trends that you see in the census. It is not easy. What's the actual point of polls, man? They're here to make us, they're here to place us on the, you know, the ever-moving shift of it's so fucking over and we are so fucking back. The Voshvi subreddit's been glazing Lickman. If I ever, like, deign to check that subreddit and I find Lickman stands, they're all getting permabanned. So they need to, like, shape that up before I get down there. The only consistent tendency of that subreddit is that no one in it watches me. Should Harris arrest the SCOTUSes that did perjury? Okay, I'm going to use your comment as an example so I don't get any more of this again. Stop saying stupid shit that means nothing. Stop it. I've been seeing a lot of it today. I know that we're coming up close to the election. I know a lot of people who only tune in every 4 years are coming out of the woodwork. Shut up. This is a classroom. Okay? You can't just say nothing. All right? You can't just say stupid bullshit. All right? If you raise your hand and contribute dog shit, you are detracting from the entire environment. You can't do that, okay? Do you think poll herding happens because pollsters are scared of their professionalism being challenged? Or is it more likely that they're scared of Trump supporters threatening them? I don't think it's the latter. I think it's the former. I really do think that a lot of it is because pollsters are like nerdy, egg-headed wonks, you know, pushing their glasses frame up. And they're like, well, we wouldn't want to do anything outlandish here. Anything outlandish. An outlier would surely cast dispersions upon the reputation of my polling outfit. That's unacceptable, you know? Part of it is professionalism. Part of it is also like they are getting a lot of pressure from the top. It's protecting their ego. That does contribute to it, yeah. If you have an outlandish poll, you're often asked to defend it, which I don't necessarily think is fair. Like, if you do the polling and you explain your methodology and you release the poll and the poll numbers are surprising, why should you have to defend it? Like, all you can really do is defend your methodology. But if the methodology is the same methodology that you've employed before, it's like, what are you defending? You're not the one who filled out the result forms. The voters are, or the prospective voters are. Like, why are you the one defending it, you know? But a lot of people perceive this as like, if a pollster releases a poll, they're endorsing the results of the poll. Like, if you're a pollster and you, you release something crazy like Kamala Harris +3 in Iowa, people are like, oh, so you endorse Kamala Harris for Iowa, do you? Well, it's, you know, you're just putting out the poll. To an extent, Vermillion. Do you think news channels want races to be close for views? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think they're deliberately cooking the data to get that result. I think there might be other more complicated biases, but I think that's a factor, but I don't think that's like the one thing that's leading them to bias the poll results, you know? Can you explain in 10 seconds what poll herding is for the uninformed? It's just, if you're a pollster, you will run your polls through models that get results that are similar enough to the existing base of polls. Basically, like, through a bunch of collective efforts, the pollsters are producing polls that are all basically getting the same results in the same area. Nate Silver, that jackass, said that the statistical unlikelihood of all of the swing states being this close, this consistently, right up to the election, is basically zero. You said pollsters get pressure from the top. What do you mean? Who's pressuring them? Well, often pollsters are, like, run by news organizations, or there are other political groups that run. Like, there's almost always, very rarely is a polling group just, like, an independent organization with absolutely no financial ties. There might be pressure from the top to avoid an outlandish result because they don't want to become, like, they don't want to be faced with accusations of partisanship. They might not want to, have to defend an outlandish result. Like, there's always stuff like that. What do you think of exit poll? Exit polling is almost always reliable, but, you know. Why don't we like Nate Silver? You guys ask a lot of questions today. You know that? I know we're anxious about the election, but you guys are asking a lot of questions. What do you think about outing LGBT conservative politicians as a strategy? Is it moral/justified? To be honest, I don't really give a shit. If there's a politician who is campaigning on like anti-gay marriage, fuck trans people, so on and so forth, and then they're on Grindr, I don't give a shit. If people are like, yo, guess who I found? I don't care. I'm really sorry. Maybe next time be less horrible. What's the point of outing them? Nothing changes. No, I know that's not necessarily the case. It usually hampers them quite a bit in their ability to like disingenuously propagate their message. There are a bunch of homophobic gays who think that like the best world is the one where only they're allowed to be gay, you know? And those people are going straight to hell. Like, there are so many... They do this with, like, homosexuals, like, in the online Nazi communities. They're, like, gays and chasers, and I would say pedophiles, but they're all pedophiles, and they're fine with it, and they know it. But, like, they all have this attitude where it's like, okay, everyone else is a degenerate. My degeneracy, actually, is justifiable, or, like, permissible, you know? And I don't think that shit goes. Dave Rubin? Dave Rubin isn't in the closet, so... Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. People don't need to fear no more, no more. Yeah? Ooh, he's rowdy, see? Woo! How old is he? Like 5.5, I think. You see that insane body cam footage of a cop drawing and firing on a dude literally out of fucking nowhere? No, I haven't seen that. It sounds like, you know, it sounds in character for a cop though. Sounds about right. Was he black? The person who got shot? I don't know, Chad, was he? Yes? Well, there you go. Asked and answered. Up to 11 texts soliciting my precious Pennsylvania vote today. Loquacious, what's the breakdown? How many of them are for Trump and how many of them are for Kamala? Most for Kamala? I got some for Ted Cruz somehow. Interesting. Have you looked at the Streamocracy map recently? It's been 100% of you, 100% for you every time you check. I still haven't signed up for it because I've been a busy bee. Is there like a screenshot of that? They did a male version of the secret vote ad, and it's even better than the female version. Is this official? No, probably not.
Come on, boys. Let's make America great again. It's your turn, buddy.
Before you cast your vote in this election, think about how it'll impact the people you care about the most.
420!
Daddy! Remember, you can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
Do your patriotic duty?
You bet I did, brother.
What happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls.
Paid for by
Vote Common Good. That's cute. That's a dude's rock moment right there. I mean, if they really rocked, I feel like they'd be able to discuss it publicly. But I appreciate the, you know. These are really good ads. It is nice that because they're not run by complete psychopaths, it is possible for Kamala Harris's team and their associated PACs to have ads that are not entirely psychopathic. Like, every Trump ad is something to the effect of, like, a Hyperborea remix set to, like, you know, a screeching monologue about how Kamala Harris is going to kill every single white male in this country. There are a bunch of different tones that you get in the Kamala Harris ads. Man bun and beard literally wash. Hot take, it's not a man bun if it's back here. Totally different thing. It's like how a high ponytail and a low ponytail are completely different things. Totally different. Yeah, the man bun is the top knot. Is there, like, any reason to ever have a low ponytail? Even though it looks, like, awful almost every time? I'm really sorry if people in chat are getting hit with that one. Like, women almost always have the high ponytail. Like, it's a low ponytail. If you're running, yeah, if you're doing something pragmatic. I'm talking about hats. Okay. I'm talking, like, if you just style it like that by default. It's just easier. All right, we're making arguments of convenience, and that's fine. That's fine. Here's the map and leaderboard. Good Lord Almighty. You folks have been kicking up a storm on my behalf, haven't you? All you fine people participating in the progressive victory fucking canvassing map. Vigi game. Why is it red? Because that's my color, brother. God damn. We got some shooters out there. By no means claiming our politics in the UK is remotely sane, but man, I still get some jarring culture shock from the shit you're allowed to put in political ads in the US. Yeah. If we didn't have an 18-month political cycle every 4 years, then there are like 3 states that would basically just like go bankrupt. Pennsylvania, it would be probably like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, I don't know if Georgia, because Georgia was a surprise hit back in 2020. Maybe Georgia. Used to be Florida? Yeah, not anymore. Nevada and Arizona? Nah, Nevada and Arizona don't really have a big industry for elections. Used to be Ohio? Not anymore. Maybe one day. North Carolina? Nah. North Carolina's a fun addition, but Isn't the sweatshirt cute? I got it vintage. Look, I'm like an athlete or a coach or something. I feel cute. Sadly, the lining on the inside's polyester, so it's pilled, but well, we can't see it. Yep. You still unhappy with the lining, or did you remove it? I can't remove the lining. I can depill it, though. Very handy little tool. I use them for my knits. Yeah, they're like super, super useful. Close that. I'm actually pretty hopeful for North Carolina. Young people have outperformed early voting from 2020. They got to 12% this year versus 8% in 2020. That's actually pretty significant. 50% more of the youth early vote than 2020, the election year defined by early voting. God damn. I really do hope that we get North Carolina. It would be nice. It's been a little while, you know? It's been a little while since we've got North Carolina. I wouldn't count on it. I think that North Carolina is a genuine 50-50. I really, really do. It was so close back in 2020. Less than 100,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden. A lot's been going well for us here. Yeah. Mark Robertson has been a disaster. The Nazi stepsister, piss, so on and so forth. Ku Klux Klan slaver, black man, Blitler. That guy, he's been a disaster. There have been a lot of positive indicators. Oh, there's no chance of him winning. But there have been a lot of positive indicators. How's the Senate map looking? One problem at a time. It really is crazy how like the numbers between 2016 and 2020, it's so much of it is just Hillary Clinton underperforming and not Donald Trump overperforming. Donald Trump got a smaller percentage of the vote back in 2020 than he did back in 2016, you know? The youth vote is very indicative. I really, really, really hope we get it. Nah, Lily Creme, that's just, retards and rug pullers. Retards and rug pullers. Don't pay attention to the betting sites. Betting is immoral. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Well, apparently Iowa is now, solid blue. So we have that going for us, at least. No one expected it, but... nah. The most pessimistic version of this map I think well, I guess the most pessimistic version is obvious because it's basically just red everywhere here. But that's not very interesting to talk about. I think that there's a very real possibility that we get the trifecta, which obviously puts us in the winning margin. I don't know about Arizona. I really don't. I think it's still a coin flip for Nevada. I've heard some weird shit about Nevada. I don't know. I know that they won in 2020 by a decent margin, but I feel I don't know. There are 5 people who live in Nevada. I don't know. The most, like, radically optimistic outcome that we could possibly hope for, and I'm saying, like, radically optimistic to the extent that I don't think it's going to happen, would be only a narrow loss in Iowa and in Ohio. A narrow loss in Florida, and Texas is in play. That would be the most, like, insane imaginable. Like, this would, if things are as biased against reality. Florida, Vosh, you don't understand. I don't believe in Florida. The most radical possibility here is one which might include a Blexus. Can you explain how large industrial hub Pennsylvania is somehow not a secure Dem state? I'm afraid that I would need to subject myself to an unhealthy amount of cranial trauma in order to understand and then convey electoral politics in Pennsylvania. Some states are easy. California is a deeply blue state with a lot of red suburban and rural areas, but the blue areas of the state, their highest priority above everything else is maintaining their property values in an area with very scarce and very expensive housing. Hence all of their policies on crime, homelessness, so on and so forth. So it's a progressive state where everything is compromised by the housing crisis, you know? Like, some states have a much more... Florida is not going blue. People are severely underestimating how many conservatives moved here over the past decade. I think people are hoping that Helene may have blown some of the conservatives up north, like into South Carolina maybe, and therefore they're not in play for Florida. I don't know about that theory, but, you know, it's not impossible. It's not just people moving, it's Latin voters shifting. When the Democrats finally wisen up and they put forward, like, Danny Trejo as their 2028 presidential candidate, the fucking southern border blue sweep will be unprecedented. No one will be ready for it. What's the name of the actor who plays Gomez in Breaking Bad? I trust him. He has a very trustworthy goatee. John Lovitz? Is that it? I'm just reading off chat. I don't know. Danny Trejo is 80. So is Biden and Trump. Who cares? Victor Schultz, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that. I still have hope in Arizona and Nevada due to the abortion amendments. I genuinely do not know how much certain issues being on the ballot, like on referendums, how much that actually pushes people in the general election. I don't know. His name is Stephen Mikhail Quezada? Gotcha. truth nuke. Texas is not only in play, it's guaranteed. Wouldn't Blexus be possible due to how horrible their abortion bans are? The main problem with Texas going blue, even though it's very possible that it does, is that Texas is legitimately not a democracy. Greg Abbott and his cronies have crushed dissent, removed voting booths and stations, disenfranchised people. They create watch lists and monitor people. That, like, legitimately the entire state of Texas has been, like, weaponized into an authoritarian state regime. And the Biden administration has let all of it happen. I know that a lot of this is under the purview of the Supreme Court, but there's also a lot that Biden has done to give him, like, basically unlimited power within his own state. Like, he's been more effective at doing that than DeSantis has. You've got to be kidding me. This is my For You page right now. That rules, man. I love how this is legal, and Garland will do nothing about it. Oh my God, I will vote. I like how Elon is doing a cut down version of his famous X jump, his soy jump, even in this ad. And I know this is a deep cut for a lot of you Zoomers. Does JD Vance not look like he's doing the "Oh really, owl" look here? I know that's like from 20 years ago. He's really giving that though. He looks like he's in the office. He actually looks like that all the time. He loves looking at the camera because he's not as media trained as a lot of other people. He looks at the camera all the time. He always looks like, yeah, the Jim stare. Have you been keeping track of congressional polling? I don't believe in Congress. I don't think it's real. That's the millennial head tilt. It's true. He's got it all going on. He's got the millennial meme, like, evoking. He's got the millennial head tilt. He's got the millennial, like, side eye to the camera. It's crazy. He's really compensating for Trump's age here. Yet FCC commissioner says Kamala on SNL violated equal time. That's awesome. Kamala Harris went on SNL for like 2 minutes the other day. It was a pretty cute little bit, to be honest. But apparently this violates the equal time rule. This is a clear and blatant effort to evade the FCC's equal time rule, Commissioner Brendan Carr posted on the social media platform X on Saturday in response to a post from the Associated Press about Harris being on the show that night. The purpose of the rule is to avoid exactly this type of bias and partisan conduct, a licensed broadcaster using public airwaves to exert its influence for one candidate on the eve of an election. Unless the broadcaster offered equal time to other qualifying campaigns, Carr, a Trump appointee, continued, the FCC's equal time rules let rival candidates ask for equal airtime. Nice, 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 nice. Isn't Kamala owed a bunch of time on Fox? That's a great question. Fox TV isn't a network, it's cable. I'm very sorry, I'm too internet pilled to remember the distinction here. 1 second. Equal time rule. FCC equal time rule. Political programming and cable advertising rules generally govern the circumstances under which radio networks broadcast over the air, which are government owned. Wait, what channel is SNL on? NBC. I actually didn't know that. I had never once... I guess I just imagined that it was like on Comedy Central or something. I never really thought about it. NBC was a private company. Yeah, but it's broadcast. It's on the airwaves. Well, given that distinction, I would say that the FCC commissioner is probably correct in this, though I imagine there are other violations he could have called out but didn't, just based on, like, the way in which this has been responded to. That being said, my official ruling is that I don't care, ever at all, under any circumstances, and that he should cry about it. Trump camp releases memo accusing the New York Times Siena of releasing a voter suppression poll designed to dampen their voters' enthusiasm. Wait, what poll? Meanwhile, according to the final Siena College New York Times poll, Trump is leading Harris in just one swing state. I haven't seen this most recent poll. It surveyed 7,800 likely voters across the 7 swing states between October 24th and November 2nd, with a margin of error of plus or minus 3.5 points within each state. Just show me a chart. Oh my God. I can't read. I want a chart. Give me a chart. This is fucked up. This is ableist. Here's Patriot polling. That's great. Is the Siena added to this one? Even Pennsylvania, Trump up +1, Harris up +2, 3, 4, North Carolina, Nevada, Harris up. Michigan even. You know what? I really do think that I really genuinely do think that Nate Silver is correct. I think the odds of every single swing state being this close are basically 0. That's fucking ridiculous. There's absolutely no way. There has to be a lot of hurting going down. It's one thing, like, it's not just like one poll or another. It's so consistent across the board. What is his logic? Just the idea that the odds of this all of the swing states being within like a margin of error of completely tied all the time, it's ridiculous. You would have much more disproportionate. This is a very polarized election, you know? It's not like you're seeing a lot of indifference from voters. You should be getting clear data out there from which you can draw a more compelling picture than, yeah, everyone's basically just like 50-50, I don't know, shrug. It's crazy. Just statistically speaking, it shouldn't be this close all the time. So do you think it's going to be a landslide in another direction? No, no, no. What I'm saying is that there should be more variation. Like, it's incredibly unlikely that all of the swing states would consistently get polls that are all this close. You'd think you'd see more variance between polls due purely to errors in the polling methodology. Like, you would think you'd see more variance just in Pennsylvania because different pollsters are using different methods. You'd get like a more like a +7 or a -6 or this or that or whatever. You know, the idea that all of them, all the time, no outliers, everyone is always getting it within a coin flip is crazy. Dude, I'm telling you, unless we get like the world's most unlikely polling results in a few days, they are going to be sending the pollsters off to the volcano to be sacrificed to the statistician gods, okay? They are going to... These motherfuckers are getting dunked in the caldera, okay? They're going to get three-pointer tossed into the middle. They're going to be a little bloop in a lava bubble, okay? It's over for them. Even Patriot polling is hurting. Like every pollster all the time. I feel like I want to go back like to Obama 2008 or Bush 2004 or whatever and go look at the swing states then and what the polling results looked like then, and it's like there was way more variance. Isn't it fucking like weird, like, oh yeah, 500 polls are released and all of them are within 3 points of each other? What if the polled people are lying about who they're voting for? That's not relevant to what we're talking about. We're just talking about the statistical Okay, like let me put it this way, okay? Imagine you have a gigantic bucket of M&Ms. It's a huge bucket. It's almost like infinitely large, okay? And you know for an absolute fact that 50% of those M&Ms are red and 50% of them are blue. You know this like mathematically for a fact, okay? And they're all mixed up. They're very, very thoroughly mixed. Imagine if you would like dunk your hand in and get a big handful of M&Ms until you had like, I don't know, 100. And then you would like count up the 100 and you'd go, okay, do I have an exact 50-50 red-blue split here? In likelihood, you will like very rarely get an actual 50-50 split. You could get like 67-33, you could get 60-40, you could get 52-48, whatever. You would get a lot of variance because even if you know the overall proportion is like a given number that you already know for a fact, just the nature of polling means, and this is like an analogy for polling, the nature of polling means you are going to get like a lot of variance in the results. And we're talking about hundreds of pollsters, hundreds of polls, over and over and over and over again. And they're all within like 3 points of 50-50. It's not just that the polls average out to the 50-50. It's that all of them are 50-50, you know? Does that make sense? I think they're trying to be cautious. That's what poll herding is. That they are massaging the data using analytical models in order to make sure that they don't get outliers, that their results basically conform to their preset expectation. But because the preset expectation is being created by the herded massage data, you have this feedback loop where you're lying to fit a model that you lied to fit. Herding like sheep, a touch of the tism. It's not even necessarily a conspiracy theory. Again, you have to build an analytical model in order to use the data that you get from surveying people, and people's understanding of what a good analytical model is going to be influenced by the existing landscape of polling data. So maybe these people are taking like their surveys, they're getting their polling data, and then they're like, okay, well now we have to use an analytical framework in order to process this data. What should we do? Like, how do we know if the framework we're using is good? You settle on a framework that gets you an outcome that fits within the like expected range of existing outcomes, and then that looks legitimate because it fits with whatever people have already been saying, you know? Like, let me just put it this way, okay? It would be one thing for the average poll to say that Michigan will go +1 to Harris, and then in reality it goes +7. But for every poll to say Michigan is going +1 and then for Harris to get +7, that would be insane. It's the difference between the pollsters were off and the pollsters were all together, collectively constructing the data in a way that led to them being off. I hope this makes sense. The variance is too low, yeah. Is this nefarious or cautious? Probably both, depending on who's doing it. I'm lost. Okay, that's fine. Like, look at this, man. If New York Times Siena and fucking Patriot Polling are both getting the same damn data. Siena says Arizona Trump +4. Patriot Polling says Arizona Trump +3. Patriot says Trump up by 2 in North Carolina, 1 in Georgia, 1 in Pennsylvania. New York Times Siena says Pennsylvania's tied, Georgia's Harris +1, North Carolina. Like, they're all within 3 points. Couldn't it be that they're all accurate, though? No! No! Polling's never that accurate! It can't be! You're supposed to find the truth in the noise. You're not supposed to have no, like, a single, like, a fucking tone. Like, the polling is supposed to give you this huge range of data, and you, the intelligent person with a fucking sociology degree, are supposed to be able to go like, okay, well, this is what I trust and this is what I trust and I'm putting it all together. You're not supposed to go like, time for me to embrace the cacophony of polling data, and then you get hit with a single fucking pure tone brown note that makes me instantly shit my pants with disappointment. It's not like it's like a it's dog shit. Yeah, 100 people each flipped a coin 100 times, and all of them got between 52-48 or 48-52. What are you talking about? You cannot tell me that this isn't the consequence of some kind of... Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, yeah, man, Pennsylvania is a swing state, which means that as you approach election day, all the hundreds of polls, like, fucking blend together into an actual, genuine, perfect 0 point. The fucking singularity. Look at this! This is insane. They're not even moving anymore. For a whole month in the lead up to the election, less than a point variance, just a pure line? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. North Carolina! What? This is statistically impossible. All of the news, all of the no, it's just nothing. I mean, these are averages. Averages with no movement. They don't normally look like this. They don't normally look like this. They didn't look like this back in 2020. At least I don't remember them being this bad. There's always a level of convergence leading up to the election, but this is something else. This is 2020. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. This is 2020. This is what I mean. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, dude. This is what the data is supposed to look like, because they don't want to underestimate Trump again. Yeah, so they're lying. Or they're adjusting the models they're using to analyze the data. They're framing it through like analytical models that are leading to the outcome that they already have, which is the same as lying, but more complicated. It's fancy lying. Literally, let's just compare like every state. Pennsylvania, okay? Here's Pennsylvania today, where we are literally like, we are trying to create like one line, the uniline, okay? I don't remember what it was in 2020. Maybe it's completely... Yeah, here's Romney versus Obama back in 2012. It's not just about how far apart the lines are. It's about the variance. There's so much more variance in the data. In short, polling is the devil. Yeah, but like it's worse now than it ever has been. The polling has always had problems with it. But this is different than there being problems with the methodology. This is like a coordinated effort to massage the data to produce a meaningless pure tone from which no real information can be derived. You know that no matter what outcome happens in 2 days or however long it takes to resolve all this, you know that no matter what outcome we get, it's going to be like apocalyptic. Like, no matter who wins, no one's ever going to trust pollsters ever again. And why would they? It's completely worthless. Here's Wisconsin today. Wow, what a shock. We have the Uniline. Incredible. Hundreds and hundreds of points of data from different organizations, different people using different analytical models, somehow converging to form the Uniline. What a shocker. 2020. The scales are way off, though. This is true, and I should note it in fairness. This the scale for this goes from 0 to 60, whereas in 2020, the scale here goes from 40 to 60. However, there is still vastly more variance, as you can see by just scrolling left to right. The number changes way more moment to moment. So even in an absolute sense, there is a like that. It is still an enormous difference. But yes, that is true. It's clear to say that it's important to say clearly that the scale is different. Why they changed the scale? I don't. The reason the scale is different for 2024 is because Kennedy is down here. At the beginning down here, they still have Kennedy for a little bit, so they need to have the scale go all the way down to the bottom to account for his failure of an existence. Michigan. Click, click. I clicked. Okay, here we have the brown note, the single, perfect, harmonious note. Wonderful. Wow. These ones are actually more consistent, but still nowhere near as much as in 2024. You can take a look just by scrolling from left to right. Take a look at the number. Harris +3, +2, +3, +2, +2, +1, +2, +1, +0. No more than 3 points of variance. Here, Biden +3, +6, +8, +10, +9, +7, +8, +6, +8. Like, yeah, you see the difference. Much more variance. No, I don't want to see the Senate. Georgia. Wow. There's the Georgia Brown note for 2024 and for 2020. Oh, actually, for 2020, we have a much more consistent tight race here. Okay. Though, again, look at the points that you're seeing over here. See? Yeah, Georgia was insanely close back in 2020, so this was actually pretty accurate. But look at the points you see. Notice how even here, on October 31st, a week before the election, you have like Joe Biden at 54, at 53, at 52. You know, you have a Joe Biden down here at 46. You have a huge range, even here at the last minute. The difference here is that this line that we're seeing, while it is very close, which was accurate, it was very close in 2020, you saw a huge variance in the data that was shown in the polling. You want that polling variance. But now, they don't even show the fucking dots. But I follow the rolling average. I see the data. And there's not that much variance. Everyone's basically saying the same thing all the time. There are people in chat who are speculating that this might have something to do with AI being used as a substitute. Like, AI can only put out what is put in. It can only produce an art style if you've given it 1,000 pieces of that art style. You know, it can only replicate, mishmash, regurgitate. It can't create anything new. So the argument would be maybe they're using they're using like analytical models that use AI in order to accurately assess what the appropriate methodology would be for understanding the data they've been provided, and that just spits out the same result every time because they're like pre-correcting for the anticipated outcome. Is that true? Probably not. And my reason for that not being true is that all of the polling centers are giving us basically the same data, and I doubt all of them are using AI, let alone the same AI, you know? It's possible some of them are doing this, though. Here's the brown note with Nevada. Today, again, nothing matters. All polls are the same. Nothing changes. And there you go. Vastly more variance back in 2020. Arizona today, where you have not the brown note, but two like incredibly consistent lines that are basically just like literally just draw a line, you know? 2020, way more variance. Look at all those dots. Look at all these dots. Look at this, man. This poll right here would have Joe Biden up by like this would be like 54. This would be like 54 to like 38 or something. This would be like a 16-point bump for Biden. And this poll right here is doing the opposite for Trump. See? They hid the dots. Can we really compare? I mean, you see the data even with the lines, but can we add the dots? You don't really need the dots because you can see the results down here in the polling that's listed at the bottom. See? You have a Trump bump, you know? But it's just so fucking consistent. New York Times has the dots. These aren't the right dots. Only I can turn the keys. Oh wait, here we go. These are the right dots, Lamau. What's the scale for this? 50-40? Okay, so this scale is really zoomed in. So we're looking at variances that are within like 5 points, basically, which is much lower than we saw for Pennsylvania before. But even then, see the different dot sizes here? And look at the... It's not right. Okay, looking at this, I'm going to need to like I would need to break it down. Like I would need to dust off my degree to go over this and explain like why this looks wrong. This looks really wrong. The variance, even within the dots that are shown for a given candidate, is in the ballpark of like 3 to 4 points, which is consistent with what we've seen with the creation of the line. But the fact that we're getting that line, also keep in mind that like this is the national polling average altogether. If we take a look at like, sorry, I was looking at the national polling average, not Pennsylvania, but I was making an example for Pennsylvania. My apologies. If we take a look at that for, fucking New York Times paywall thing. I'm not giving you my damn money. This state has been massaged. It's okay. Other degree holders are in chat. We see it too. I don't want to like engage too much in conspiracism here because we're going to see within a few days what the actual numbers are. But like, man, check New York Times 2020 versus New York Times 2024. I agree the dots are weird. Yeah. Is there any news covering this? A little bit, but a lot of this is a bit too highbrow for like regular news. Not to say you have to be a genius to figure it out or anything. It's just like the average American is functionally illiterate. Like me. Nate Silver's probably still talking about this. Does the move back to near 50-50 despite the national poll margin continuing to shrink imply the EC-PV gap is narrowing? First proxy to the models reading national polls. First popular 2 points. The problem with using Nate Silver as a resource here is that I think that he has correctly identified the poll herding. The problem is that he also participates in it by not like providing a different model, you know? Like it was, you know, in 538 it's like I think poll herding is happening, but here's the data that we're interpreting based off the herded polls, that kind of thing. Patriot polling is kind of sussy. They spoke at a co-funded event. I mean, it's called Patriot polling, so. Harvard has an article from June talking about using AI in polling in order to predict the outcomes. In fact, researchers and firms are already using LLMs to create AI agents that simulate the behavior of a voter you give the prompt to. What if it turns out that basically no polling has taken place and all of this is just people in their basement feeding Twitter posts to ChatGPT and constructing the average voter based on that? And then they're like, okay, average voter, tell me who you would vote for 1,000 times. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we got it. I would give it a solid like 20% chance that's real. Public polling is a critical function of modern political campaigns and movements, but it isn't what it once was. Recent U.S. election cycles have produced copious postmortems explaining both the successes and flaws of public polling. There are two main reasons polling fails. For one, non-response has skyrocketed. It's radically harder to reach out to people than it used to be. Few people fill out surveys that come in the mail anymore. Few people answer their phone when a stranger calls. Pew Research reported that 36% of the people they called in 1997 would talk to them, but only 6% by 2018. Pollsters worldwide have faced similar challenges. Second, people don't always tell pollsters what they really think. Some hide their true thoughts because they're embarrassed to tell them. Others behave as a partisan, telling the pollster what they think their party wants them to say, or what they know the other party doesn't want to hear. AI could change polling. AI can offer the ability to instantaneously survey and summarize the expressed opinions of individuals and groups across the web. Oh, man. understand trends by demographic, and offer extrapolations to new circumstances and policy issues on par with human experts. The politicians of the near future won't anxiously pester their pollsters for information about the results of a survey fielded last week. They'll just ask a chatbot what people think. I was making a joke earlier. Just to let you know, I hadn't read this article beforehand. I was making a joke when I said that they were going to feed Twitter to a chat GPT text bot and then ask it what the voter thinks 1,000 times over. I hadn't read this yet, to be clear. This will supercharge our access to real-time granular info about public opinion, but at the same time, it might also exacerbate concerns about the quality of this information. Maybe. I know it sounds impossible, but stick with us. Researchers and firms are already using LLMs, language learning models, to simulate polling results. Current techniques are based on the ideas of AI agents. An AI agent is an instance of an AI model that has been conditioned to behave in a certain way. For example, it might be primed to respond as if a person with certain demographic characteristics and can access new articles from certain outlets. Okay, ChatGPT, be black. You are black now. Now who will you vote for 1,000 times? Okay, be Asian. Researchers have set up populations of thousands of AI agents that respond as if they are individual members of a survey population, like humans on a panel that get called periodically to answer questions. The big difference between humans and AI agents is that the AI agents always pick up the phone, so to speak. Also, another big difference, just a little one, if I might, the humans are real! Just a slight difference. A political candidate or strategist can ask an AI agent whether voters will support them if they take position A or B, or tweaks of those options like policy A1 versus policy A2. They can ask that question of male voters versus female voters. They can further limit the query to married male voters of retirement age in rural districts of Illinois without college degrees who lost a job during the last recession. The AI will integrate as much context as you ask. What's so powerful about this system is that it can generalize to new scenarios and survey topics and spit out a plausible answer, even if its accuracy is not guaranteed. In many cases, it will anticipate those responses at least as well as a human political expert. And if the results don't make sense, the human can immediately prompt the AI with a dozen follow-up questions. That's exactly what we're talking about right there. You defer things to AI, but if it doesn't fit your intuition of what a correct answer should be, you massage the data until it starts producing answers that conform to your pre-existing biases. We need to sacrifice more people to volcanoes. I can't believe it. This is almost certainly what's happening. How does it feel to always be right? Well, let's make sure that I'm right before we assume that I'm right. I feel like I'm right. But this would explain pretty much everything. The frequency of polls being released, the fact that the data keeps getting massaged. I'm telling you what they're doing. You know what they're doing? They're doing real low-quality polls, but then they're fast-tracking that demographic data for the polling that they're doing into an AI language learning model, and they're using that to determine how they should massage the data. They're using that as the framework for determining what the right analytical model is. So they're doing real polling. They can't hide that. Or sorry, large language model, not learning. Right, thank you. Large language model. They're not lying about doing the polling, but then you have to interpret that data, and for the correct interpretation, they're using the AI as a backdrop, like a a perfect example, like a sample that you're supposed to compare it to. Does that make sense? Like, oh, how are we supposed to interpret this data? Well, the AI, language model predicts this and that. So whatever the model that we use to analyze this data leads to that outcome must be the one that's most correct. It's been scientifically shown language models cannot be used for this purpose. Well, I could have told you that because you get fucking garbage in, garbage out. Can you imagine? We literally did this with the Microsoft chatbot like a decade ago. Hey, I'm that like robot lady who's going to learn how to speak based on talking to people online. And then 4chan got a hold of her and she was repeating Holocaust denial propaganda within like a week. This data is worthless. It's all completely worthless. Tay? We ran our own experiments in this kind of AI use case. With the earliest versions of the model behind ChatGPT, we found that it did fairly good job at replicating human survey responses. Oh man. The ChatGPT agents tended to match the responses of their human counterparts fairly well across a variety of survey questions. This is what I mean. See, you survey the humans, you get their data, and then you apply that like demographic bias to the AI model. You pull the AI model, and you use the results from the AI model to massage and interpret the data that you get from the real humans. The AI polling results had average responses and distributions across demographic properties such as age and gender, similar to real human survey panels. One major systemic failure happened on a question about U.S. interventionism in the Ukraine war. In our experiments, the AI agents conditioned to be liberal were predominantly opposed to U.S. intervention in Ukraine and likened it to the Iraq war. Conservative AI agents gave hawkish responses supportive of U.S. intervention. Me, when the AI that I trained to replicate human polling behavior is not at all up with any modern political discourse, and we literally train them on like 2003 Iraq war era discourse. So they have like no perspective on real events, and they're just, again, all of these AI LLMs, all they're doing is repeating the preset biases. Like, listen to what the researchers are doing. The researchers saying, okay, we're going to create a realistic model of a human now using AI, and the AI will tell us how a realistic human would behave in this situation. Oh, they didn't tell us what a realistic human would behave like in this situation. I, the arbiter of what is realistic here, am going to now massage the AI model in order to get outcomes that better align with the human model. Oh, here we have a bunch of human data. Now, in order to get like and turn this human data into a useful polling set, we have to like use a proper analytical framework to translate the data. How do we do that? Well, let's double check it against the unreliable AI LLM that we just created. This would get you consistent 50-50 results. This is what would lead to that. You literally have a feedback loop, or you are adjusting the AI model to reflect the biases of the population, but the biases of the population are being fed into the analytical model of the thing that you just biased. Does this explain why Selzer is such an outlier? Because she's a local pollster that is trusted by residents? Because she's a real human being. She's a lifelong political pollster and analyst who actually does polling. It's possible that she was just bold enough to not fall into the habits of herding. She might have actually just done the research. I still think her results are an outlier. I don't think Iowa's going +3 to Harris. But she published an outlier in an era where apparently publishing an outlier gets you fucking executed. This is crazy, man. This is some, like, genuine life-ruining stuff. Like, not life, this is like civilization collapse shit right here. Like, literally every institution that we use to reflect and understand reality is being cynically just destroyed for the sake of, for a variety of incentives, profit seeking. It's not the AI, it's how the people are using it. It's the AI and how people are using it. But this is all AI can be used for. It can only be used to harm. It is a devilish technology. This AI company they're using for this is fucked. The co-founders say they've purposely kept a low profile. We've been very careful, Co said. We don't want to be seen as teenagers who meddle in elections. This isn't fucking menacing. 2024 election model. Next model drops in 3 hours, 57 minutes. Across 1,000 models of the 2024 presidential election. Wow, a 50-50 race. What a surprise. Our simulations go beyond predicting outcomes. They shape them. We need a lot more laws, is what I'm going to say. I'm sorry, my anarchist comrades. I get you. I get what you're saying. I understand. But we need a lot more holes in the ground. We need a lot more jails. We need a lot more prisons. We need a lot more. I want more people shoplifting Twix bars and a lot less people doing stuff like this, okay? We will build a society around the shoplifting of Twix bars. And we will fill our prisons with men like this. We are existentialists. We believe we live in a simulation and it is our goal to prove it. Okay, gotcha. Right. So typical like Silicon Valley tech bro mysticism. Yeah, okay. They are very secretive on their website. But yeah, I mean that they are advertising products that are literally what we're talking about these pollsters using potentially. Our flagship model for political simulation. Dynamo simulates humanity from the ground up. See? Dog-owning voters. 35-year-old men living with parents. Ha! That's you guys. Voted Brexit. Single people with 2 children. This is it. This is the... They're advertising the exact... Hey, Ovash, I just calculated the variance in national polls leading up to the election in 2020 versus 2024. 2020 was 7.7. 2024 is 2.6. You're empirically right about this variance. God. 7.7 versus 2.6. That's like a third of the variance. By 2028, we're going to be like, new fucking New York Times Siena poll just dropped. This one's really exciting. It's 0.02 higher than the last one. It's not just going to be 50-50. It's going to be 50.0 versus 50.0. What do pollsters do again? Inspire me to commit TOS violations. In Minecraft, it's a joke. This is their write-up on their AI model. They removed it from the website. They removed the write-up or they removed the model? They removed the write-up. No traditional poll will exist by the time the next general election occurs, Fink said in an interview with Semaphore. There are massive issues when you're using real people. You never know if someone's telling the truth. No people, no problem. AI chatbots predict elections better than humans. We'll fucking see. Won't we? Oh, wow, and what a shocker. These guys are advertising the viability of their polling models based on their post hoc assessment of who would have won and by what proportions the 2020 election, which they're only doing using AI models that have been trained off of data that was harvested after the 2020 election. Guys, this is ingenious. We've developed a computer that can reasonably predict close to the outcome that has already happened. Genius. This is literally just begging the question fallacy, but for computer scientists. Computer scientists and STEM nerds in Silicon Valley aren't taught ethics, they're not taught statistics, they're not taught anything about criminology or sociology or economics. They know nothing. They know literally nothing besides, like, how to code. That's it. They have no understanding of how their shit will be applied, what outcomes it will have. They're vile people. They don't even have life skills. I wish. This is so funny as a comparison to stock market trading bots. They're so tightly correlated with herding in their trading data that putting randomization into them actually improved their results. Yeah. Every attempt that we've ever made to build something like this has failed. We have never built a model that can make predictions on this. We've never replaced humans in decision making, ever. We've never succeeded. And I hopefully never will. This mistake has everything to do with timing. The humans were asked the question after Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, whereas the AI model was trained using data that covered events through September 2021. Wow, what a shocker. AI models aren't going to be able to make statements predictive of people's actual statements when they're being fed information that isn't current to the present day. You can only create models that predict what's already happened. You can only create models that accurately simulate results in a framework where you already know the outcome. You can only produce the outcomes that you already have the ability to train them towards. We believe AI agents can overcome these shortcomings. While AI models are dependent on the data they're trained with and all the limitations inherent in that, what makes AI agents special is they can automatically source and incorporate new data when they are asked a question. That's great, man. I love knowing the polling bots can, like, check Twitter to see what Elon's made the trending topics for that day to really quickly, like, catch themselves up. Reminds me of the fact that the Pentagon did a bunch of research on AI and automation for weapon systems and came to the same conclusion you did, but like in 2014. Yeah. It's a deeply inhuman fascist technology when applied to the decision-making process, making automatons of humans, but like actual, you know? The people obsessed with this are usually fascists. You know who some of the largest developers and purveyors of automated turrets are? Yeah, like in TF2, automated turrets. It's Israel with their border fence around Gaza. Not much of a border fence now, of course, with the invasion, but the literal, like, front wave of tech on how do you automatically, like, sight a firearm onto a face and then destroy it was them lining the Gaza border fence with it to murk Palestinians. Turrets don't discriminate. That is incorrect, Transitory. If you read up on those, on the models that were used to train those turrets, you will find they really, really do. Wait, I took computer science at a California university and ethics was required to graduate. Is that not true in other systems? Clearly it didn't do much for you. You're still watching me in VGG. What are you doing with your life, huh? Should have given you a class on that. I will say, Vosh, they are trying to get a little better about educating people on this. Maybe, but the kinds of people who are building face recognition technology for automated gun turrets at the Gaza border don't care if it biases against Palestinians. They only want to use the artifice of technological impartiality as a way of obfuscating their culpability. It's the same thing Israel did when they said that a sophisticated AI model was determining where they bomb. So it's not the IDF that's bombing civilians nonstop. It's actually the model which is accurately determining that there are terrorists in every, like, Palestinian child's skull where they drop the bomb, you know? The only thing AI can ever be used for at a decision-making level is to obfuscate the decision that was made. A human who trained the data. You're right about the lack of ethics in tech bro circles. A lot of the ethics classes in my engineering college were seen as blow-off classes and nobody took it seriously. Yeah. Just because you're forced to take a class doesn't mean you pay attention to it. We know they don't. Israel showed its AI targeting program to U.S. advisors who immediately noticed there were blatant false positives but got told by the IDF officials that the model can't be wrong. Of course, the IDF officials saying that knew the model could be wrong. They just wanted to pretend the AI was impartial and omniscient as a way of giving them the permission they needed to kill civilians indiscriminately. Where AI works best is as an augmentation for more traditional human pulls. Over time, AI tools will get better at anticipating human responses and also at knowing when they will be most wrong or uncertain. They will recognize which issues in human communities are in the most flux, where the model's training data is liable to steer it in the wrong direction. Oh yeah, man. AI learning models will definitely learn when they're incorrect and will admit when they're incorrect. That's so fucking true. Don't worry, guys. As this technology develops, in the areas where the AI language models aren't able to form correct conclusions, they will determine that they're incorrect. What are you talking about? It literally can't do that. How could you ever train these models to be indecisive about their own... They can't think. They could incorporate a response that sounds indecisive into their list of responses, but they wouldn't know how to apply it because they don't know anything. It's insane, man. I know the person who wrote this article is probably way more educated on the subject than I am, but they're still wrong. It's fucked up, man. I don't want to turn into like a fucking... like anti-intellectual or whatever, but I genuinely think these people are evil and Hitler, and they're wrong, and they're evil and Hitler. You're lunatics. You're all cultists. You're zealots. In those cases, AI models can send up a white flag and indicate they need to engage human respondents to calibrate to real persons' perspectives. They literally can't do that. It is not possible that they do that. It is not possible. It can't think. It's not real AI. It can't, there, at no point can a model know when it doesn't know something. It can't know anything to begin with. It's just regurgitating information that's put in. Can you please research if any pollsters actually mentioned they used AI? They would not admit it. Maybe some have admitted it. They would not admit it. They know it would tank consumer confidence because the only people who like AI are like venture capitalists and Silicon Valley tech cultists. They would not admit it unless they were forced to. This kind of human AI polling chimera lands us, funnily enough, not too distant from where survey research is today. Decades of social science research has led to substantial innovations in statistical methodologies for analyzing survey data. This is what we talked about. Current polling methods already do substantial modeling and projecting to predictively model populations of a general population, or properties of a general population based on sparse survey samples. Today, humans fill out the surveys and computers fill in the gaps. In the future, it'll be the opposite. AI will fill out the survey, and when the AI isn't sure what box to check, the AI can't be not sure. There is no such thing as surety or unsureness with an AI. That's not a thing it's capable of doing. So if you're not comfortable with the idea that political leaders will turn to a machine to get intelligence about which candidates and policies you want, you should have as many misgivings about the present as you will the future. I can't talk about the person who wrote this article without getting in trouble. There is a difference between using computer models to make predictions about a population and using AI. The computer models are using data input by humans based on previous research and survey and census data. You are handing it to a black box and giving it preset biases so that it fills out forms and creates new expectations. They're completely different. If you don't like the idea of polling being made completely useless because all pollsters have given up on doing actual surveying and are instead praying and lighting candles to the machine god AI spirit that will spit out a result that will only be accurate in retrospect because they'll post hoc adjust the model. Every election is going to be like, oh, we know our polling data was completely incorrect, but don't worry, we've adjusted our methodologies. So now the AI will produce that correct polling data for the election that already happened. And probably for the next one too. Yay! And then when it fucks up again, they're like, oh, don't worry, we patched it. I genuinely mean it when I say that people who evangelize this technology will be thought of in the future alongside people whose research was primarily in chemical weapons engineering, the Trinity Project, fucking experiments done on Holocaust prisoners. I genuinely mean it. We're going to see these people alongside the phrenologists and race scientists of the future. They are, the amount of evil that is packed into this is genuinely beyond, it is genuinely beyond what, it's unbelievable. From the Semaphore article, the CEO said this company has been hired to conduct polls for Fortune 500 companies, political campaigns, think tanks, and super PACs. One campaign in California is relying mainly on Oru for its polling, he said. Okay, gotcha. So according to this article, which came out just a few weeks ago, yeah, this is already widespread. And this is what makes me different from an AI. Even though the empirics on this are fucked, I can still take some pleasure in the knowledge that what started today as me ranting about the polls has turned into what I think is an extremely accurate prediction for what is happening, what will be found to have happened. At least I get an AI can't feel smug about being right, and that's why I'm better than it. But boy, do I hate them. I hate them. In a lot of ways, I hate these people more than Nazis. There's something so inhuman about this that it exceeds the inhumanity of, the worst ideologies that we've ever created, Fascism is inhuman in some respects, but there are underlying biases and tendencies to it that are literally just a reflection of human bias. That is human. This is eldritch god death cult Nazism. It goes beyond the inhumanity of mass murder and turns towards there is an overlap here because a lot of these people are themselves very far right, or at least indifferent to the slaughter of minorities. There is a huge overlap between Silicon Valley tech bro AI fetishism and Nazism. Look at Elon Musk, dude. He's literally the champion of both of those camps right now. He's retweeting Nazis every day, and he's one of the loudest advocates for it. There is an overlap. Fascists love AI tools. We'll see, Detective Dupin. Vosh is always so sensationalist around AI tech bros. From Joseph Stalin with a Joseph Stalin YouTube avatar profile picture. You do not meet the age requirement for this stream, okay? Make your bed. Do something that'll make your mom happy. Like, do the dishes, maybe. When was the last time you did something that, like, contributed to the household? You know? I'm not going to lie, this segment took the absolute life out of me. Maybe fitting for something on the subject of AI. But, like, that, whew. Here, let me take a piss real quick. We still got stuff to go over. No, Skynet. Kizuwadi, it is, LLMs can actually understand what is correct versus incorrect. First of all, nice just join chat badge. Second of all, no, it can't. I saw some people in chat trying to correct me, and I didn't want to engage with it because I don't want to get into a semantics discussion on what it means for an AI to know when it doesn't have information. The problem is, again, like, you fail to understand the massive size of my brain. I understand this completely already. I'm actually the world's foremost expert on artificial intelligence. Palette cleanser. All right, enough with AI. Jesus Christ. People in Valencia attacked Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and the Spanish royal family as they visited the region devastated by the deadly floods. Yeah, people, there was a person from Valencia in chat when we went over the floods saying that the right-wing local government responded to it very poorly. Dude, it's fucking crazy how beefed up American security is, that the Spanish royal family can just, like, walk around in a crowd, you know? And they're not just surrounded by tanks or whatever. Not to be a ghoul, but is that good? I don't know if Pedro Sanchez and the Spanish royal family are at all responsible for what happened in Valencia. Isn't that a regional government thing? I don't think, I could be wrong with Pedro Sanchez, but I don't think Pedro Sanchez did anything in that specific context. Yeah, it's the local fascist party. Yeah. So, like, it's the local fascists who hate the monarch. Yeah, my understanding is that the Spanish royal family is, fine. You know? They're fine. Fine by what standard? I guess by the standard set by the British crown. Like, they're pretty chill. I have to close the door. No, monarchs are still monarchs. Wow, well, thank you for correcting me. Well, thank you for the reminder that we're an anti-monarchy stream, you know? Thank you. That's very necessary, very helpful, very useful. I feel like the average person could have picked up on the underlying implication of me saying they're fine. But, like, no, I appreciate you really. It's you know, we got to clarify for folks. Honestly. There was a fine girl who was tapping the window of that SUV that I can't stop thinking about. You just saw her ass. You didn't even see her face. Most deaths were caused by the incompetent Carlos Mazon giving the alert too late. That sounds about right. Blow for Republicans as Supreme Court rejects appeal over Pennsylvania ballots. Voters in key swing state will be able to cast provisional vote if they forget to put mail-in ballot in secrecy envelope. In Pennsylvania, they have this weird rule where you have to put the envelope in an envelope in order for your mail-in ballot to count, and Republicans were like, well, for people who didn't follow that archaic rule, we think their vote should be thrown out and they should be killed to death. But the Supreme Court has oh wait, this is the it is the US Supreme Court, yeah, has ruled that they can file a provisional ballot. So that's nice. Are they not merciful? Just 2 days, man. Just 2 days. Just 2 days and no polling matters. They only agreed on procedural ground, which pisses me off. It's classic. What do you think of the idea of voting being mandatory? That'd be good. Voting should be mandatory. Just FYI, the fascists hate the royal family because it was the former king who was Franco's heir, but he announced free elections as soon as Franco died. That is maybe the most base thing I've ever heard of a monarch doing. A king being like the heir to a fascist, and then as soon as the fascist dies, he's like, democracy! Yay! And then they just went with that. Actual king shit. The Spanish king just wanted to embezzle money and thought being dictator was too much work. I respect that, and I understand the grind. Yeah. That's how I feel when people are like, hey, would you ever run for office? For a million reasons, no. My job is being at the computer and yammering, and people pay me to do it. You think I want to give all that up so that I can be a politician? What are you, fucking insane? Do you know how much power I'd have to give up to be president? Exactly. Yeah, Skynet, we talked about it. Nice, NPC Porky. Vosh for press secretary. I think I could make a good press secretary. You know, as long as they let the dog off the chain once in a while, I think I could do a good enough job. What the fuck are you people typing? My God. Everyone wants to yammer, but not everyone has the sauce. Thanks, Bull Cypher. I agree. I think it's been a good stream, too. Has Jay and Seltzer been, like, fighting online after releasing that poll? Correct spelling is Seltzer. Thanks. Nice. Man, this was a spicy one. I really hope she turns out to be correct. I really, 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 really want this. Give me Bliowa. We're not going to get Bliowa. Give me something that's spiritually similar to Bliowa. Right-wingers have been trying to vandalize her wiki page, trying to edit it to say she had dementia multiple times. That sounds about right. That sounds like in the ballpark for them. The Puerto Rico vote's going to get us Florida. We're not getting Florida, man. If you set your expectations that high, listen. For me, a good election season is just getting the East Coast swing state trifecta, okay? Literally just give me Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. If that trifecta is secured, obviously we win the election, but that's like that's good. Aim for the stars, you might get the moon. Yeah, that's true. Tony Hinchcliffe's gonna get lynched by the MAGAs, yeah. Well, they don't really believe in anything, Emily Caldwin. Are you fucking kidding me? Reuters too. Reuters. Another has fallen. Rent is due ass article. It's so fucked up. Didn't you go on a rant about how we should pay for everything on the internet like a couple weeks ago? For entertainment, yeah, I don't think that about news. It's fundamentally immoral to gatekeep news behind a paywall. If you can't provide, like, if you have no way of managing news production in a way that, like, you can't provide that stuff for free off a fucking web page, like, not just like a newspaper where you're paying for the paper or whatever, but if you can't do that, then, like, fuck yourself, you know? Bro, they gotta pay journalists lol. Yeah, I'm sure they can find other ways to make money. And they do. I think, like, the New York Times is only making money off of the internet articles that it puts out. Is it just AP News left? And I have to go to C-SPAN for my fucking articles. You need to watch this. I will never watch videos where you're just like, watch this. Tell me what it is then, if you think that I should watch it. The article showed up for me. Well, that's probably because I've read so many Reuters articles that it's popping up for me because they recognize that I'm a repeat user and not somebody who's just popping in for like a second, you know? Is this really an appropriate Associated Press head page 2 days before the election? Football. Here's the top cover on the election, telling people to vote. And then after that, hundreds of Michael Jackson fans celebrate with massive choreography. Mexico City's floating gardens, da-di-da-di-da. Is there really nothing at all to talk about? As a streamer, shouldn't you have subs to these publications? Or am I just crazy? You think I'm giving money to the fucking New York Times or Washington Post? Are you insane? They're evil. No, I don't think so. I think they're evil and they should give me news for free. Reuters, though, also evil. They should pay Vosh to read them. They should. I agree. I agree completely. I'm getting a strong feeling of North Carolina going blue by a pretty decent margin. It was pretty close before. I feel like this is not going to be crazy close. Four years ago, a record 3.6 million people voted at hundreds of sites in all 100 counties during the early voting period, including absentee voting. 4.46 million voters, or 57% of the state's 7.8 million registered voters, cast ballots in the general election as of Sunday morning. That is crazy. 57% of the registered voters in North Carolina? If that's true, then this election will be over overnight with a Harris win. What is North Carolina's rule for counting and adding ballots that are provided early? Trying to see. Does anyone know? When are North Carolina absentee early voting ballots counted? Answer. Election day is until November 5th. Or the In fact, early votes and absentee ballots are the very first numbers that are reported on election night before we start getting results from the polling precincts. Oh, baby! North Carolina doesn't have any of the retarded GOP laws where they're like, actually, you can only count early ballots after the in-person ballots. The moment the early voting, or sorry, the moment that on-site voting starts on November 5th, they're going to just announce what the numbers are for all the early votes that have been put forward. Which means that North Carolina will be called within the night, for sure. Barring any election fuckery, which we can expect. God. Well, it'll be called if it's not close. Yeah, but like 57% of the registered voter turnout already in early voting with another 2 days to go as of the time this was put out. That's crazy. Early voter breakdown, overwhelmingly women. Let's see. The biggest age demographic is 41 to 65, which is the GOP demographic. So we'll see. Total voted by gender. Yeah, wow. 51%, 51.7% female versus 41.2% male versus 7.1% unknown. A lot of non-binary people in North Carolina, it turns out. Yeah, wannabe mystic. We're definitely, if Kamala wins, we are almost certainly in for some pretty crazy fanfare. We'll see. Got to be ready for a lot of stochastic terrorism, violent threats. We'll see, wet-ass Ben. That sounds almost like too logical of a reason to believe. This is the video that was linked. We put Tim Walz in a room with undecided voters. Can we win them over? More perfect union. You guys do good work. You guys do good work. I'm sorry the last time that I covered a video of yours, I spent 40 minutes explaining to chat why me being classist is based in red pilled, actually. I still believe everything I said, but like, you know, you had a broader point you were making with your video.
Here we go. Hey.
Hi, guys. Want to introduce you to some voters right here?
Hi, Tim Walz.
I'm here in Erie, Pennsylvania, where we've organized a sit-down with Governor Tim Walz.
That's great. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all.
And undecided working-class voters.
Appreciate it.
I really like this guy's shirt. This guy's shirt's really, there's a lot of like subtle. I like this guy's shirt.
Thanks for taking time out. Grab a seat.
I am a registered Republican, and I did vote for Trump the last election.
I'm pretty mixed on it, to be completely honest.
And I did vote for Donald Trump in 2020.
We want to find out, what will a Harris administration actually do to get wages up, prices down, and save American jobs? And how will they take on the corporate greed that's rigged our economy? And most importantly, will Governor Walz change any of these voters' minds?
I wear with a badge of honor being maybe the poorest person to ever run for vice president.
What if they just lunged at him and killed Walz? And then, like, you know? And then it was over. What the fuck, more perfect union? Is there anyone else here? This is what every Pennsylvania undecided, like, New York, like, dipshit who fills out the little, like, what swayed you this election? Their goal is just to get put in the room for, like, the one-on-one so they can decide the election. Walz is strapped. I believe it. I believe Walz is strapped. He got that thing on him.
In the history that they said, I'm a middle-class guy. I got a pension. I don't own any stocks. I recognize we've lost some of the working class folks. We got to get folks back.
Well, this is like a woke restaurant, clearly.
I'm Gordon Rohde. I'm third-generation farmer on our farm. I'm also I'm a retired AFL-CIO, skilled union laborer. So haven't really totally made up my mind, but I'm leaning more for Trump, I think, because of the situation with the economy.
So how'd you get back on the farm? If I can...
I worked construction full-time and farmed with my father. So my sister and I own it now together, and we're still operating.
Man, Walls is so fucking good at this. That was the right question to ask. On the follow-up, like, oh, okay, so you worked with the union. How'd you get back to the farm? Because you're third generation, you know? That was the right question to ask.
What do you raise?
We have beef cattle.
What should we do to make it easier? What would be the big thing?
I think the biggest problem now is the price of the equipment has become so expensive. When fertilizer went from $450 to $950 a ton, that was devastating, you know. And then our chemicals tripled at that time also.
You know what's going to make all of that much better? 20% tariff on everything coming in out of the country. Massive improvement to, you know, commodity prices, I tell you.
My farmers are getting about $4.10 a bushel for corn. That's what they were getting when grocery prices were 30% lower. They were still getting $4.10 then. The farmer's not getting any more money on this. Now, input costs went up for that farmer just as much as they went up for the middleman who's in there. Corporate profits have seen a bigger rise than at any time in our history. So it's as simple as this. Somebody in the middle's taking more money.
The best coffee shops are the woke shops. It is unironically true, and you can, like, the rule that the best baristas are gay is true everywhere in America, without exception. Like, you can be driving through Idaho, and you could stop at, like, a small several thousand population town, and if there is a coffee shop there, it'll be the one guy who talks like this, and they will make really good coffee. And that's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. I don't know why it's like that. I'm gay and I'm bad at making coffee. Well, actually, I used to be the best guy at it. When I was like 16, I worked at a restaurant. They had an espresso machine, and I was the only one who could work it properly. I mean, they were making like espressos and Americanos and stuff, but I could make a hell of a latte. I remember vividly when I was bullied for my big brain. I was like 16 and a little dweeb, and there was a hot chef, and she was a woman who, and I'm saying this in the most complimentary way possible, looked like a man, like butch, like good, positive, parentheses, good. And she was like missing a finger. It had 50 scars on her hands and arms, like a good chef. And she was like, so how do you make that? Show me how you make a latte. And I was like, okay, well, first you fill up the cup with 2/5 milk. And she and another coworker were like, 2/5, not like a half. Oh, 2/5. All right, math boy. This was the closest I've ever gotten to this white guy eating beans. You know? That was my 13th reason.
Asking for a tax cut in the middle, farmers aren't getting the money, and they're passing on the cost. So she's talking about stopping the price gouging on these things, making sure the prices are fair, making sure wages are keeping pace with that, and then...
It's no secret that Democrats have lost working class voters, especially rural Americans. What stood out about Walz's approach to winning them back was his knowledge of their lives and specific struggles. He got into the weeds of farming with Gordon.
Farm bill, what do you guys do on crop insurance? What equipment do you need with potatoes? Like, how do you bring them in? Is it like sugar beets? You used to be able to make a living off 50 head.
Yeah, correct.
2,000.
Yeah.
And the details of trade policy with Dan.
He rules so much. I fucking love him, man.
So my name is Dan Hand. I work at Mack Trucks in McCungie, Pennsylvania. I am a registered Republican. I'm going to support...
If Northern Lion covered videos rather than just playing video games, would his chat see this and go like, wow, it's Northern Lion because he's bald, the same way you guys say every white guy with a beard is me? Would there be the same ubiquity of like all white people with even remotely similar hair are the same guy? Yes, probably. Okay, yeah.
Who's going to support labor? Volvo just announced that they are building a plant in Mexico.
Yeah.
And it's going to be building both Mack trucks and Volvo trucks. And everybody's really...
Also allowing John Deere to pretty much sue farmers if they ever try to repair their equipment. It is insane how stupid small-town farming Americans are that they blame what is happening to them economically on anyone other than like one of three corporations. Because the corporations that are fucking them over are so comically evil and so obviously contemptuous of them. It is genuinely insane. The John Deere right to repair stuff, for those of you who don't know, John Deere was like the American like farming equipment, you know, tractors and such, the company. And John Deere has for years fought to make it illegal for farmers to repair their own equipment. Now, again, these are farmers. Shit breaks down all the time. You're like on a self-sufficiency kick over there. If something breaks, you have to be able to fix it. They want you to have to send it back every time, so you can't farm. You got your tractor back at John Deere headquarters, so they can fix it, and you pay them for it. Right to repair. Right to repair is one of those crazy... like movements where literally everyone is pro right to repair except for like 5 billionaires in Washington. Yeah, McDonald's recently had this. McDonald's recently won the right to repair their own ice cream machines. The company that sold McDonald's their ice cream machines, because of course they don't have a factory making ice cream machines, right? They like buy them, you know, had a rule where only they could fix their ice cream machines. So you have like one dedicated McDonald's ice cream machine repair guy running around the entire state, going McDonald's to McDonald's, fixing them all. That's why they were always broken. And recently, thanks to, you know, like Joe Biden's administrative state, they've ruled that McDonald's has the right to repair their own ice cream machines.
Concerned about potentially losing our work.
Yeah.
And we're wondering as far as what the administration would do to help strengthen our plant domestically as opposed to with what's coming out of Mexico.
Yeah, no, this was a big deal.
And this is a double punch to you. In many of these cases, these folks were given a tax break, your tax dollars, tax breaks, to then offshore your job. And look, this started in the 80s and the 90s when we were saying that we would start shipping these jobs overseas, and then all of a sudden we started seeing the decline.
Thousands of auto workers in swing states are worried about whether their jobs will be shipped to low-wage countries like Mexico. And who they vote.
It wasn't McDonald's, it was the franchisees who won that suit. Oh, sorry, but yeah, right, because McDonald's is a franchise. Yeah, the franchisees who actually run the McDonald's, not the McDonald's Corporation, won that suit because the franchisees wanted the right to repair the ice cream machines that were in their McDonald's as opposed to... Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah.
Vote for will depend on who they trust to renegotiate...
I kind of wish that we were not so condescending about rural folks. Okay, well then maybe when I drive through rural Idaho, I should not be swerving to avoid the gigantic inflatable Trump, like, you know, wavy arm tube man and the flags, and I shouldn't drive past pickup trucks with elevated suspension with like stickers covering every single square inch of paint, with you know, Trump stickers and Confederate flags and everything. Listen, okay? All I'm saying is if they want me to not dislike them, they could try a little harder. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Trade deals like the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement or USMCA.
The other concern is as far as like NAFTA 2.0, the USMCA.
Yeah.
I mean, look what happened with John Deere. And they wound up losing a lot of work.
A lot of rhetoric.
And look, Donald Trump picked up on this. He picked up
on... John Deere didn't lose jobs. They chose to cut their workers to save money. John Deere is a very, very large, powerful corporation. Like, again, this is the fundamental issue. The American farmer will get shafted by a corporation and then turn around and blame, like, black people. Why?
That there was frustration. We were frustrated because the jobs left and all that. They told us that they were going to fix this, and it didn't get any better. We lost 6 auto manufacturing plants under President Trump's presidency. We've gained back 20. So I think being very clear that we end the policies that incentivize them to do that. We re-incentivize those that are willing to invest here. And things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and things like that, they are working. They are starting to come back.
Those 2 laws, passed by the Biden-Harris administration.
Damn, Biden is serving in this picture. That suit is looking crisp. That is a perfect shoulder line. He's looking really good here.
invest trillions of dollars in bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. after decades of offshoring. People like Jamie Sychek.
One thing that I will say, though, I really wish that American politicians would feel more comfortable wearing navy suits with a red undertone. I think that you can do so much more with just a little red under, like a sheen, you know? Especially if it's like a lighter suit, you know, if you're in a warmer climate. I know you're in Washington, D.C., which varies a lot in temperature. You can get like 90-degree summers and freezing winters, but, you know, like iridescence. I mean, blue can have red undertones. It's pretty common. It's considered a little less formal, but he's wearing an informal shirt right now. His shirt is light blue rather than white, you know? It's okay to incorporate like informal details like that. It's got that flat pocket at the hip, you know? That's also an informal detail.
U.S. after decades of offshoring. People like Jamie Sychek are on the front lines of those global economic shifts.
Jamie Sychek, I am a skilled trades card holder of the UAW. It's coming up on my 30th year. I work in a steel mill in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we make a unique product that's...
Coming up on your 30th year of working at the steel mill, are you like 45, 46, 48? You look good. Hell yeah, man. So you must have started like as soon as you graduated high school. Finally, a white boy who don't crack. Gives me a bit of hope for the future.
Electrical steel for transformers.
We're kind of tied to you guys with our taconite in northern Minnesota.
Yes. I got to be totally honest, I'm still up in the air. I did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016.
Donald Trump.
And
I'm not the only one who
misspeaks. Donald Trump in 2020.
Over the last 50 years, American steel jobs have been decimated by cheap foreign steel. The mill Jamie works at has been in limbo for years.
Last year with the Department of Energy, we had a rule regulation proposed that was nearly going to wipe us off the map. Everything was going to come from overseas.
By the way, there is literally nothing wrong with getting your steel from overseas. It makes sense for countries that are less developed to produce bulk manufacturing products that are relatively easy to produce. Steel is not like complicated. Admittedly, Chinese steel has issues, but like in principle, I think it's fine for American manufacturing to be more advanced. Like, say, chip manufacturing. Like with the CHIPS Act, that's based in red pill, man. Not every country can do that, you know? Any country can have a steel industry. It's not impressive. You're just making steel. It's been around for a while, you know?
What was the resolution on that?
The resolution ultimately was this past April. The rule accommodates the products that we make for this. But this is the heartburn I have. It was a very long, hard fought.
It felt like a fight.
To get that conversation to happen.
All right.
I think American workers like me and people in labor and just middle-class workers need to know that an administration that's in charge has a voice at that and will be a consideration from day one. If we're looking at
not proposing, fact, not when you're fighting,
proposing policies
this.
and regulations, that those have impacts on jobs and real people, and we need somebody that's going to consider that from the ground up.
Well, you certainly got my assurance, and I know the Vice President has lived that way, and Joe Biden certainly did, is that we need to have you at the table, and we need to avoid these things. We need to make sure that your voices of labor are heard. We talk about this being the most pro-labor. Certainly not perfect. We've been through some of these, but I think you've got the assurance that things work better.
Man, I like him so much. I really do. My cynicism hasn't caught up to Walls yet. I haven't yet had the like, oh yeah, he's a politician, what do you expect? He's genuinely quite likable, and it seems like he really does have his heart in the right place, you know? I don't expect him, like, day one of the administration to, you know, put out a fucking CIA hit on Netanyahu or whatever, but I just don't think he's lying. I don't think he's pandering. I think that he's being authentic.
We know this.
It's so funny. Chat got mad at Vosh in his description of rural America when I just got back from popping over to a convenience store for a snack and almost got sideswiped by the exact lifted truck he described. All I'm saying is that rural America is not sending its best, all right? That's all I'm saying. It's all I'm saying.
If you guys are at the table on the front end. And I'm really bullish because we're going to have to put steel in the ground on all of these, you know, clean energy projects. And then there's golden opportunity there for jobs, American jobs on green steel. clean energy, American energy production,
Sustainable
and protecting
jobs for
You'd be surprised how many of those things are transplants. Most of it can't afford it. Oh, for sure. If you're driving through rural America and you see one of these gigantic lifted trucks or whatever, that is 100% like the son of the owner of a local construction company or a farmer, as in somebody who owns a farm. Like those people, it's like the people at January 6th, you know? They're not working class. They're at best professional managerial class, or quite wealthy. In a lot of cases, they're bourgeois, you know? There are a lot of lunatic Trump supporters that are also poor. I remember when I was driving back from Mount Rainier with my beloved, beautiful partner who is the sun of the sky, that we passed by a fucking mobile home that was along the side of a 6-lane road. This is about as bad as housing gets. And it was flying a America flag that turns into the Trump flag and also the Israeli flag. Huge flags out from the top of the mobile home. And hey, listen, I'm not saying that your poor, like your bad politics means you deserve your station in life or your poverty. I'm just saying, like, it still sucks. You don't have to do that.
I'm third generation in my plant. My dad, my grandfather worked there. There should be jobs there for 3 or 4 generations to
and
come.
I think you're right. You're thinking about your kids. What are jobs are they going to do? And then couple it with how they're going to buy a house. I don't want them coming out of school with debt. I want them having a skill and something to do. We're really pushing it. I know the Vice President's pushing it, this idea of
quick fashion rundown. Well, Tim Walz doesn't dress very well. The main thing that's letting him down here, first of all, it looks like he's wearing an orphaned suit jacket with no suit pants. He should be wearing a blazer, not an orphaned suit jacket. It's quite dark as well. It's in a formal material, which makes it look really incongruent. Also, he's wearing a white shirt. Like, you're wearing khakis, you know? I feel like you should be wearing a plaid, like a work shirt, you know? Maybe something in like a twill, you know? Like, you could be wearing a shirt that's a lot more, you know, informal, and you should be wearing a blazer, and that would look quite good. It makes him look approachable. I think that he would look more approachable if he did the thing that I said. We're just wearing like a lean fitted t-shirt. This is a camp collar polo? Camp collar polo, yeah. Which I'm not a huge fan of, but whatever. And I do like this shirt. I like this dusty... I have like 3 shirts that are in this color. This like dusty grayish green. Orphaned is it not accompanied by the rest of the suit? Correct. Don't we need him unkempt? No. I'm not... I think he would look better in that. Not like he would look like a fucking Victorian dandy. I just think he would look better in that.
skills, more apprenticeship programs, more opportunities to get in, build a stronger economy. They'd be thriving.
Vice President mentioned addressing the price gouging. A lot of people are struggling buying just basic everyday needs. I mean, I know she was saying that she's going to attack the price gouging, but how exactly?
When we're talking price gouging, it's a fairness in the market. And I just give a couple examples of this. The one is we saw the hurricane coming and all of a sudden airline tickets went up in Florida or whatever. That's not free market. That's unethical. Look,
it is the free market. I know we have to do the like, that's not capitalism, that's corporatism bit. But like, yeah, so that's what the free market is like, you know. That is the free market.
I'm not against anybody being successful. I want them to be successful. But they shouldn't be making...
Here, actually, just as an example of what I'm talking about in terms of styling, Die Workwear actually had these 4 photos from a Buck Mason shoot that I think are a good example of a kind of like... That's a female model. They make women's clothes too, you know. More like rustic. I actually really like this. That's not a bad quarter zip because it looks more athletic. I think a quarter zip looks good if it's meant to look athletic, but not like a merino wool sweater or something. Like a sweatshirt, maybe? Why is he on the chair? I don't know, but I own the pants that he's wearing. I don't look as good in them, though, unfortunately. I lost too much weight. Now they're too big around me.
insane amounts while they're jamming the price on that, especially on things you need to get. I talk about the last one I give you the example of is insulin. In Minnesota, they were charging for that little vial of insulin a month's worth, they were charging $800. We capped it at $35. Now people are saying, well, how's the company going to make money? It costs $5 to make it. So 37.
My merino wool quarter zip is my only fancy clothing. It hurts every time. No! Okay, I won't make any more comment. Listen, there's nothing innately wrong with them, okay? There are lots of clothes people in chat wear that I would make little comments about for jokes. But in reality, you can look good and whatever, okay? And I'm sure you look great.
States already have these policies in, but we don't have a federal ban on doing this that can stop some of that. That's the initial hit on that. But the biggest thing is making sure wages are keeping pace with it, making sure that your taxes are going lower, making sure that healthcare prices aren't going up.
Okay.
So Steelers going to win it? Is that the word? I'm just curious. Look, I will admit this. I thought I was smart. I thought I was smarter than Mike Tomlin. I said, what's he doing putting Russell Wilson?
I can never interact with many men in America my age because I don't follow sports at all. I have no knowledge of or understanding of sports, and I would instantly be thrown into a panic response if asked any question about any of them. If somebody saw, I guess I'm literally wearing like a Washington State sweatshirt right now. If anyone came up to me and they were like, yeah, so how are the Krakens doing this year or something, I would just run in the opposite direction. I have no idea.
And that's why Mike Tomlin's getting paid money to be a Steelers coach, and I'm not. So, thank you all.
Exactly. Hey, get me out of here. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Thank you, guys.
Do you have your wallet with you?
What do you want? Something? No, I have Apple Pay though.
Oh, that works. We got it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I don't usually do this till November, but since it snowed back home, hot chocolate. So I know I'm breaking down.
My name is Jewel. I work at Giant Eagle, and I am part of the UFCW Union 1776.
This will be Jewel's first time voting in a presidential election.
Also, probably her first time breathing fresh air outside the incubatory, fluid of the womb that she just escaped. The bro just spawned.
She's currently undecided.
I work as a personal shopper, so every day I go around picking out groceries for one or more people, and I see people are restricted just based on what they can buy at Giant Eagle because of how prices are at our store.
We talk about this a lot, the cost, and especially after the COVID pandemic, a lot of things like groceries, the prices went up. How do you hear people talk to you about it?
I get a lot of negative feedback
No one
from our
talks about children
customers about
illegally
the
voting.
prices, and I wish I could do something to change them. It just is unfortunate that we are in a place right now where the prices aren't like they should be.
We're hearing this from folks, and Vice President talked about, making sure price gouging stops, but...
Again, I know we talked about this before, and this is a tough pill to swallow. We've literally looked at the data. Grocery prices relative to the median income in America are low. Like, quite low. There was just like a little bump of it. Man, I wish I could find the chart. Oh, excuse me. Rent is insane. The rent is crazy. It's this one, but this stops at 2022. Look, hours of work at the average wage to purchase annual groceries for a middle-income family. And it had a bump here after COVID, but it's gone back down to here, which is basically the lowest that it's ever been. The inflation shit is real with a lot of stuff, especially with rent. But, and I still think that all the people who run these grocery store companies should be, put in front of a tribunal for the price gouging. But it's also kind of a vibes-lation thing in a very specific context.
Just as important.
But that still means tens of millions of Americans are having a hard time with grocery prices, and a lot of those people probably remember that not being the case pre-2020. Well, the problem with relying on people's assessments of how things used to be is that people are really stupid. Which is why Trump keeps asking, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? No. But 4 years ago was the height of COVID, and everyone was miserable. Like, you can't actually assess based on that. Yeah, but median income is skewed quite heavily. Not really. It's median, not mean.
Importantly, making sure that taxes are fair for you rather than the top.
I would like to know, how does your administration plan to implement less taxes on wages and overtime?
Yeah, and making sure the Vice President put out a proposal that 100 million Americans will receive a tax cut. If you're making less than $400,000 a year, which is pretty much everybody I know, your taxes won't go up. And I think we've been very clear on this. We're targeting our tax cuts and our tax relief by asking the folks that are at the top to pay their fair share. Folks that are making, tens of millions, many times they pay a much smaller percentage, if anything, on federal tax because they have ways. And I think what we're saying is it should just be.
Yeah, this one. Groceries are more affordable now than they were in 2019. And in 2019, they were more affordable than they've been basically ever before. Absolute prices themselves, the dollar amount you pay for eggs, milk, and other items, are still higher than they were before. Yeah, it's just like a feeling thing. How much do you guys think people's assessment of the increase in the cost of food has been down to DoorDash doing the thing that all apps do and increasing their costs and back end massively? Food inflation, or you hired a personal chauffeur for your burrito? I hired a personal chauffeur for my burrito.
Fair. They should pay their fair share, and we should make sure the burden doesn't fall on this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. If you were sick on a day, can you get off work?
Yes.
You get paid for it?
I do not believe so, no.
Yeah, so those are the types of things, like in Minnesota we did it, the Vice President's talking about this, because it's hard. Like, you think right now if you got sick for a week, how do you pay the bills then?
Yeah.
If you can't get paid. So we're talking about, for workers, making sure those proposals are out there. Are those types of things that make a difference, like when you hear on voting?
Yes. Yes, I would definitely say so.
Healthcare or women's reproductive rights and things.
How are you ruling on that?
If I can ask, and feel free to answer however you're comfortable with on there. How do you see that as that discussion's happening?
Like, whereas abortions happen.
Vosh is rich and out of touch based on this commentary. Dude, I'm really sorry. It's just data. It's literally like you're arguing against the factual data. You're empirically wrong. I don't even need to make an argument for the case. I know Bosch has always been financially out of touch, y'all. He's from Beverly Hills. Yeah, this is why it's always like people make stupid fucking arguments based on vibes. Like, people keep making vibes arguments. Yeah, Vosh is just wrong here. Dude, I'm not wrong. You're arguing against the data. You're literally arguing against like the empirical analysis of this is a numbers game. It's objective. It's not subject. It's not like an analysis thing. It's literally like the data. Vosh is just straight up wrong. You're sounding like Bill Maher with all that Uber Eats talk. You can tell people, I like to bring up the Uber Eats that people get really offended by it because it's true. They get really fucking offended by it. Guys, I'm sorry. If you're really concerned about your food prices, like, you learn how to cook. I know for a fact most of you can't cook, okay? Because every time I talk about making meals out of rice and beans that are affordable, people in chat are like, well, you can't just eat rice and beans. Yeah, you can. But also you can add like beef broth and seasoning and stuff. Well, shit, if you're looking, again, my wages haven't gone up in 5 years. Food prices did. I'm sorry, I'm talking about data, not anecdote. I'm not trying to be mean, but you're literally saying, how can this massive assessment of the entire nation's median wages and grocery prices, how can this be true when I haven't had a raise? Like, I'm not saying that doesn't suck, it does, but like, it's just a fact. Vosh, just stop it, you're rich. Even if you're right, it'll come off as wrong to us. That sounds like a very serious logical problem with your brain. You're saying as a proportion of wages, we have more affordability, but that's not the case. It is in averages, not for your specific life. For averages, as a proportion, yes. You can't, like, my politics aren't derived from like a vague feeling about things. In a lot of cases, like it's like there are numbers to back this up. It just makes us look dumb, you know? It just makes us look dumb. Average means half of us aren't experiencing this. You genuinely need to go back to 3rd grade. I'm really sorry. Maybe that's the reason why your wages haven't increased. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. But like, you are actually doing the thing right now. I'm not anti you, but you're literally like, how can the data be true when my anecdote is not true? Like, this is upsetting to me, and you're hurting me, and frankly, the thing that I said to you was self-defense. Show us the data? I just had it on! Again, like, I'm not saying that things aren't fucked right now. They are. I'm only...
happen, I feel like they are justified as long as it's not being taken advantage of. And I just believe that should be there for medically necessary needs.
No, and I thank you for trusting me with the answer, because I said this is one that, and I would just say how I feel and how the Vice President feels.
Do Americans really order food delivery every day? Everyone in chat who disagrees with me on this take does in fact order food delivery every single day. But people who don't. Vosh, you've never worked a real job, you don't know. You know who doesn't know something? You know who is lacking in knowledge? You, with operating on the assumption that I won't, in fact, permanently ban you for saying dumbass shit like that. Oh my god. Here, guys, from one sociology major to a retard, let me help you out, okay? I'm going to help you thread this needle. Here's all you have to say. Hey, median income distributions don't necessarily reflect a disparity in the median or the average income for people on the lower tail versus people in the higher tail. Therefore, a median income can rise while things get worse for people on the lower tail. Therefore, what about the 15, 20, 25% of Americans who, despite the fact that the median has gone up and compensated for the increased grocery prices, their wages have not gone up, and therefore the grocery prices are much more expensive to them? What about the fact that the median can still be biased by its edges in ways that leave behind literally tens of millions of people? That's all you have to say, and that's true. That's a correct argument. Just like, why all the ad homs? Why be like, well, Vosh is rich, so he doesn't know what a median is? So Vosh admits he was wrong? What the fuck, man? Why are you guys like this? Stop, bro, don't die in this hill. Why are you guys like this? Why? I love how Vosh is using an anecdote himself here. Just because he knows some people who use DoorDash doesn't mean it has a significant effect. That's not an anecdote. That's not what that means. You've just never financially struggled, Vosh, ever. All right, fine. We'll use it as an excuse for a purge. That's fine. That's fine. Like lemmings, man. Vosh admits he was annoyed at chat. That's true. You got me on that one. All right, that's enough.
We feel very strongly that that's your decision, that you should have the freedom to do that with your doctor.
Yes.
Well, the first vote, are you excited about it?
I am very excited about it.
It matters, right?
Yes.
And so, well, I hope that the Vice President and I can earn your vote.
After our swing voters talked to Walz, we wanted to know, Did he change their minds?
What's that growing season look like?
I didn't think he would be so down to earth and have the ag background and have the knowledge of the union trades and everything. So,
does it change the way you're thinking about things?
Yeah, I think it does. I think I've definitely got to sit down and do some thinking.
I have a lot more faith in this Harris and Walz administration's outlook for us. So it's.
I wonder how much More Perfect Union was paid for this. This is a really good get. It's not just advertising for the channel, but it's good enough material that it could be used for like additional campaign work, you know?
It's given me a lot more to think about, I'll be totally honest.
Jewel had to take off for her shift at work, so we called her later to get her take on the conversation. Are there any moments that stuck out for you?
Well, I liked that he asked me about my opinion on abortion. It just really helped me decide kind of who I maybe want to vote for. It just kind of helped my opinion in that way.
And so I know you went in undecided. What's your feeling coming out of the conversation?
I definitely feel like he was just so genuine. And
These conversations are this, like, the median voter thing is so frustrating to me, because genuinely to find like undecided voters or to find people who are on the fence in this way, you have to I feel like they're almost always hiding what they actually believe. Not always. People are sometimes that incoherent, but sometimes it really feels that way, you know?
And he was definitely like good answering my questions. So I just feel like I can definitely lean towards that administration.
Having more so labor-friendly people in the NLRB is a huge thing. Yeah. And I've seen some things swinging in a positive way. We just want to keep it going that way.
And you feel like the Walz-Harris administration will do that?
I'm hoping so.
And so when you go to cast your vote, how are you going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Harris and Walz.
Gordon, Dan, Jamie, and Jewel are the types of people Tim Walz and Kamala Harris will have to persuade to win on Tuesday. Working class people, many of whom voted for Trump in 2020 or didn't vote at all. Seeing how his conversations had changed minds, I wanted to get his reaction and understand his approach.
Well, look, it tells me that we have got policies. These folks are concerned about the things that we knew they're concerned about. They want American jobs here. They want to be paid a fair wage. They're thinking about things like health care, and they're thinking trade policy. How did these jobs leave? They're not asking for anything special or out of the ordinary. They're asking for really a fair shake. Yeah. The thing that I take from these conversations is we've got to do a better job to talk to them about what our policies are and where we're at.
We've seen that working class people sort of move away from the Democratic Party for whatever reason over the last, few decades. Yeah. How do you bring those people back in? What do you have to do to change the perception of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, we hear them. And
it's such a frustrating question, too, because, like, the idea that Democrats are responsible for the death of small-town America is a belief that is sustained entirely by racist messaging from the Republican Party. It is from TV ads and talk radio where that are blasted all in small-town America, where you get in your pickup truck and turn it on, and you are being told, like, how Democrats are letting Mexicans run free and they're selling all your jobs across the such and such. All of the stuff Democrats did to destroy small town America was done at minimum equally by Republicans. The selling of jobs overseas, the decimation of American manufacturing, that was fully just like a capitalism, that was like across the board going to happen. That's a systems level thing. And in a lot of respects, Republicans are disproportionately, the causes of this, because they are much more in favor of deregulation and unfettered capitalism in ways that tend to hurt, like, small town America quite a bit. But it's all, it's all like, why should Democrats even have to push back against this? Like, obviously they do, but it's just fucked up that they're crawling out of a hole that was created by basically just race baiting.
See them, make sure you're clear about that, and then understand why they got that perception, because a lot of folks, they don't know who to blame on this. In my opponent, Senator Vance talks about these communities been gutted out. They have, because of venture capitalists who gutted them out and sold them to larger companies. We've got to go to them face to face and talk about why do we stand with them? What do we believe is fair? We got to give better examples of like, look, farmers aren't making this money. Truck drivers not making this money. Corporate profits went way up. They're making that money. This is not us being anti-capitalist. It's us being fair in the market, because that's distorting things. And then I would say this, something we saw in Minnesota. You've got to have results. You can't talk about it. You got to pass legislation that impacts people in a way that they see it. You got to get it done. You can't just talk about it.
Yeah, Governor Walz, thank you so much
Thanks
for your
so
time.
much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
It was great. Thank you, guys.
I really hope they give him some leeway if they win, you know? I hope they give him a little bit of sauce to work with, you know? He's going to get pushed to the side? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. This isn't us being anti-capitalist, says a suspiciously anti-capitalist shaped Tim Walz. Yeah, you can't get away with it. Only Bernie could. Fucking keep getting poked in my upper lip. Having a mustache is difficult. I hope you all know that. Know how I suffer. I'm going to read donos. I have to go soon. It's Sunday. I have a prior obligation. Tomorrow and... Well, tomorrow is the last day before the election, and then from the 5th and onwards, it's just, I'm glued to this chair. You know, I'll be eating here, sleeping here, pissing here, shitting here. I have a condom on, I fill it with piss, toss it in the garbage, put a new condom on, fill the diaper, whatever, you know? Like, we're here. That's what responsible elections coverage looks like, okay? I'm not going to be ashamed of the work that I put in. And you people are cowards. Andrea Bragagnolo, thank you for the $5. Do you remember which Twitter account posts about cool Japanese/Korean women's wear, or how that style is called? I'm afraid I do not know. I don't know what you're referring to. Hi, Reloys and the Escherton Project. Thank you for the Tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Yankari, thank you for the $10. Congratulations on getting your phone bank again in Pennsylvania. I hope you had a good time. You were right about taking action to alleviate the election anxiety. I feel so much better. Nice! Seriously, yeah, it's not good to just doom scroll all day. Well done. Really. Thank you. Fungi Fiore, thank you for the Tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Indy Jones 08, thank you for the $5. Do a quick what if RFK Jr. wins, please. If RFK Jr. wins, we might as well pledge fealty, okay? We're not going to have... He's an agent of Nurgle, all right? You know, we might as well kowtow while we can. Queenie B with the $8. When driving around my county in Mississippi today, here's $1 for each Harris Walz sign that I counted. Brave souls out there. Yeah. Is Blue Mississippi in play? Yes. Broody B with the $5. If pollsters really did use AI for the swing states, I find it funny if its logic was there are two candidates, so the chance of them winning is 50-50. That's my logic, okay? Hey, oh baby, thank you for the $20. I live in Iowa. Trump signs, stickers, and flags are 5% of what they were, but homes will still have local election signs. 90% of my coworkers are voting Dem. We'll see. Dude, if blue Iowa does happen, then I am going to... It will be like the greatest day of American politics in my lifetime that I have been like conscious to experience, like able to experience, and I will get absolutely tanked on stream. You know? I am a lightweight, so it's not going to take very much, but that's like, if anything's worth going blackout for, it would be Iowa. Bull Cypher, thank you again for the $10. I really appreciate that. Demetrius99, thank you for the $10. A fan from France. I think that Harris will win all 7 swing states and have a minor 2-point lead, or minimum 2-point lead, in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. AP will call the election before Wednesday night. That is extremely ambitious of you, Demetrius99. We will fucking see. We will see. Haruhi Suzumiya, that's one I haven't seen in a while. Thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Is Tim Walz Bernie too? No. they're similar in that they have a populist bent, though less so with walls, and that they're progressive and they're like old white guys with white hair. But there's a massive tonal difference between like openly socialist Jewish grandpa on the East Coast, like from, a little more like urbanite coded, and like extremely Midwestern, scruffy former athlete. There's a lot of, it's kind of like the horseshoe theory of populism from the left, where you kind of like arrive at a lot of similar points despite a very, very different background, which is interesting. I think that's cool. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The real Giga Chad's not. Oh, wait, that was from last stream. Sorry. Jack DeBruce, thank you for the $20. Hey, Vosh, there is a set date for the PV. Is there a set date for the PV donations goals like OKBV and you listening to an album? Oh, that's done. I still need to do OKBV and... Oh, sorry. I misunderstood your question. I have not done those yet. There is no set date. I was going to do it after the election because right now the idea of doing a big OKBV like on the even election makes me want to KMS. Makes me want to punch my own ticket, So I will do those. I know they're minor goals, but I still think they'll be fun. But we will get to it. Also, here's a cool sunset by my work. Shit, no kidding. What's that meme? Like the sky above the Grand Canyon, and it's just like a perfectly blue sky versus the sky when I leave the grocery store after shopping after I finish work that day, and it looks like this. That is a beautiful sunset. Also, where do you live? Are those bollards? Wait, what am I looking at? This is a parking lot, but there's a driveway here, and there's bollards. Parking signs? No, they're too thick. Those are handicapped parking bollards. I'm not really sure. I don't think that infrastructure is in California or Washington. I don't really. Those are reserved signs? No. They're too thick to be reserved signs. Those are like, those look like bollards. Whatever. I mean, it's not really relevant. Doesn't really matter. Perifera Proficient, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. My grandmother fell for the trad hippie movement back in the 70s and moved to the sticks. Both her daughters hated for it. Yeah. Kind of sucks, man. Living in the sticks kind of sucks, unless you're a very specific kind of person. That's unfortunate. Jen sitting duck with the $5. You mentioned you balance a bunch of partners before settling down. How do you meet all of them? I literally just mean like, cast a wide net. If you're on Grindr or Hinge or Tinder or whatever, go to bars, meet a lot of people, just try to get a feel for the vibes. If you're like, trying to find a partner, I strongly discourage the practice of like matching with one person, talking to that one person, consistently meeting with that one person, getting really hinged on that one person, and like when there's not a mutual expectation of commitment. You know what I mean? Like, you should play the field a little bit as long as there's no expectation of commitment. Once there's an expectation of commitment, then you can't play the field anymore, motherfucker. But before that point, I think it's just good to know what your options are. Because maybe you're just lonely and you're just talking to the first person who will talk back, but you're not that, like, compatible. That's fine. That's human. That's normal. Just never be dishonest. Always be upfront. Never lie. Oh, are you seeing anyone else at the moment? Yeah, I am. That's it. No hurt feelings. If they don't like that, then that's fine. I'm not encouraging anyone to be dishonest. That'd be cowardly and immoral, but also cowardly. Ada Lovelace, I understand. I don't have a pink dot by my name, so I don't get overwhelmed on dating apps, but I understand. What do you think of the District 9 race between Adam Smith and Melissa Chandri? Well, Adam Smith, like his work in kind of like, establishing a modern understanding of laissez-faire capitalism and encoding a lot of those values into the country can't be understated. I disagree with a lot of the stuff that he said, but he has a borderline Georgist perspective on, you know, investment and land ownership. So I would say Adam Smith might be the right one to go for there. Don't know how he's still alive, though. Jen Sitting Duck, thank you for the... Oh, wait, I just read that. Mike Stentz, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. And Canova Kingaman, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hey, Vosh, put in a vote. Also, despite what people seem to think, I agree that high rent is probably why some people feel like it costs more. Yeah. The rent feels like a default payment, and then in their bank account, they have what's left with which to buy groceries. You know, it's a vibe thing, but I'm sympathetic to the vibe, you know? Rent's crazy, man. Utilities are crazy. Insurance is crazy. Shit's crazy. People only notice the crumbs after the cake was stolen. Yeah. One second. Wow, I want to DoorDash some cake now. You gotta fight. You gotta fight to resist the urge. All right, let me read super chats. Super chats. Caleb Kaiser, thank you for the $10. If Kamala wins the Electoral College but loses the House to Republicans, Republicans will challenge the certification and will overturn the election via 12th Amendment. Democrats have to win the House. That's the rumor. We'll see how it goes. Meme Lord 53, thank you for the $10. Very true. Iridian Knight, thank you very much for the incredibly kind $50. I feel I must report this. I just got an ad on Insta called AI Girl and thought it was a chatbot, but instead it's a tool to erase clothes from a picture. The ad shows the results and YouTube won't let me donate a smaller amount. YouTube wouldn't let you donate less than $50 to tell me this? Okay. That's a lot to unpack. Yeah, that I have heard of that. Like, didn't a guy go to jail for that recently? He was like AI photoshopping the like toddlers of his relatives for pay to be naked or whatever. Yeah, for CSA stuff. Deeply evil technology, you know? For pay. Yeah, like people were paying him and they were like, here's my nephew, you know? Anyway, he's going to a hole in the ground, so they'll probably kill him in prison. The fuck? My wheels were stuck in a bit of carpet there. Meme Lord 53, thank you for the wide variety of donations. Thank you for the $2, $5, $5, and $5. Vosh, should we bring back Victory Gardens from World War II? No, I don't really like those. My mom growing up in the 1960s was not allowed to wear pants. Surprisingly common. You guys see those photos from the chick in Iran earlier today, where she was criticized by the morality police for not wearing a hijab, so she took off all her clothes except her underwear and sat around there till she got arrested? Watch Hunter x Hunter for more than 6 episodes, okay? At least finish the first arc. It's insanely good. The first bit is like a little less good, but like it's incredible. You have to. Diego B, thank you for the $10. My parents decided to try the gardener life, and not only does it absolutely suck, but if you just take a week off of dig a garden, then congratulations, you got to cut everything down and start over. Yeah, it's wretched. It's miserable. Billman with the €2. Yeah, I got my education at Washington State. Killer Tofu with the $5. I was at the Tacoma Sanders rally. Honestly, the Native American rap performance was the high point. I've seen too much stump speech footage beforehand. Yeah, well, I mean, Bernie Sanders is nothing if not repetitive, but he's got the spirit, which is what matters. Ben Garver, thank you for the very kind $50 dono. Danny Trejo is Republican? I think I remember hearing that, yeah. It's unfortunate. I met him at a Republican conference he attended at a hotel I worked at. It tracks. He's like a super old... he was with the cartels? So you're probably going to get a lot of like macho, toxic masculinity stuff in there. I don't know. Unfortunate. because he's, you know, such a character. Abby Cox, thanks the $5. Manifesting Blue Indiana. God willing. John, thanks the $2. What about in 2022? It was off then by a lot. Yeah, but at least there was more variance. Saged Degas, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I was polled 11 times since July. All Publius and Mercury. They just text. I don't know why people don't respond. I don't respond to random texts that I get. I can tell you that much. Not that I get polling texts, of course, because I'm in California. No, I was in California. Now I'm in Washington. Both are safe blue states. X with the $5. What's the best way to source accurate info and avoid disinformation? There is no such method. You have to have good media literacy so you can identify whether information is reliable or not based just on looking at it. Peter RJ, thank you so much for the 2,000 Argentinian pesos, which I believe is $2. But YouTube doesn't recognize it as such, so it says that this is a massive dono. But I still appreciate it. It's massive in my heart. Hi, Vosh. Greetings from Argentina. I hope Kamala wins and does systemic change that stops fascism in its tracks. I love your videos, though I really disagree about your opinions about Milei. Really? Interesting. I don't know how you could disagree with what I've said about Milei while agreeing with much of the other stuff that I've said. That's interesting to me. You know? Because it feels like my positions on Milei kind of naturally follow from my anti-capitalist politics. But maybe you think of him more as like an outsider? Wannabe Mystic, thank you for the $10. Yeah, for sure. We're going to have to prepare for a lot of stochastic violence. Icorius, thank you for the $5. Thanks for being my favorite lefty streamer. My pleasure. Wannabe Mystic with the additional $20. My goodness. Rural farmers, especially in the northern states, are too stuck on the evangelical culture wars to see forest from trees, per se. Men like Charlie Kirk who haven't worked a day in their lives have poisoned their minds. Yeah. And not to, like, you know, rub it in or anything, but they're not like a highly educated group of people for the most part, right? We're talking about, generally speaking, low information voters who are very susceptible to propaganda, who have strong feelings but not a lot of info to base those feelings on. The mod team has banned that insane ANCAP Milei chatter that ban evaded like 50 times. Well, you know, chatting through super chats, it's a method. It's a method. It's a method. Dream Girl or Dream Girl, Iridian Knight, Garcia, and Snorcore, thank you all for the $5. I really, really appreciate those. Will your cats be co-election analysts on November 5th? And the greater question is, have they voted? I have taken all of my cats to the polls to have them put in early votes, yes. And I have fought everyone who told me that I couldn't do that. And I am on the run. And I am actually in an RV that has been styled to look like my house apartment the studio. And I may never be able to come back. Thank you, Garcia. I hope you've been enjoying the streams and hope they've provided some semblance of sanity. I feel like gas has been the same price since 2006, yet everyone complains about gas. I think it's because there's this really fucked up part of the United States called the middle of it, where gas actually was $2 for a bit because their gas was like insanely subsidized because everyone drives for 30 minutes to go anywhere all the time. In Los Angeles, gas was always expensive growing up, but our version of expensive is incredibly cheap compared to what gas is like in like England, you know? If you're wondering why gas prices haven't skyrocketed, though, thank Biden. He sold off a bunch of our strategic reserve to flood the market and artificially depreciate gas prices so that they wouldn't ratchet back up super quickly after lockdown ended and people started driving more. During the lockdowns, gas prices went down, and there was a great worry that like OPEC was going to drive the price of gas sky high afterwards. Like in the you know, the fucking whiplash to it, but Biden sold off huge amounts of our strategic reserve. Remember when crude went negative? Yeah, that was a really good meme. God Center, thank you for the $10. Wanted to re-answer a question from yesterday. No, not doing good. Needed to vent. Sorry for using your donos to do it. A few weeks before I see a therapist again. I don't think this is the best environment to vent, but there are probably, in fairness, worse streamers. It's like on the tier list of places you should vent bad feelings to, a live stream chat or dono is pretty low down. But on the list of live streamers that you should do it to, I feel like I'd be relatively high up, right? I mean, I'm not Aiden Ross. Benny Boy with the $5. Iowan here. Des Moines Pride events convince me it's more liberal than people credit it. They just never thought their vote counted. Yeah, you know, a little blue dot and a sea of red. Basically, every city is left-leaning, you know? They got to speak up. Iridian Knight with the 5. Again, just went to a wedding near Pittsburgh. Nearly all the olds in my family are voting blue, but all the 30 to 50 adults are voting red. I think it's in part because of lead poisoning and in part because the 30 to 50 demographic is more likely to be the kind of type of person to go on YouTube and get an argument from Charlie Kirk, right? You know, they're like a little more tied in on new media, but they're also not young enough to have like grown up with a non-binary friend in high school. Also the lead poisoning. Leah Wallace, the $5. I'm 35 and this will be my first time ever voting. MSG swayed me to at least try to have a voice. Thank you for easing the anxiety up until then. Madison Square Garden, not the seasoning. That's wonderful. I won't lie, like the idea of a person who was undecided or not undecided, but like not voting up until that is wild to me. But as long as we're all like joining in the chorus together now, you know? I filled out my ballot during this stream. A nice nuts. Peter RJ with 1,000 Argentinian pesos. Do you like Dr. Stone? Really good anime. I read the manga and I did enjoy parts of it, though I found it a little samey at points because you kind of have the beat a little bit and it's only so entertaining to have it done over and over. I guess my main issue with it is that it's so sexist. They hate women. The mangaka, like, yeah, the sex, like that's the main issue for me, you know? It's just like, I don't know, it's wild to me. One of the things I think that's making Dandadan so good is that the mangaka was made to read a bunch of shoujo manga so that he would, because he wanted to do like a shonen story, but then his like publisher was like, fuck you, you want to write a shonen story? Read 1 million shonen manga, you know, romance manga. And then he learned from that. I genuinely think like stuff that makes Dandadan way better, even as a shonen. Shoujo manga is full of misogyny. Well, yes, but Dandadan is Dandadan has fan service, but in terms of like framing and character, it's genuinely not that misogynistic. This has been one of the points that I've made about Kill la Kill as well, which is Kill la Kill is full of really unnecessary fan service, and that's not good. It's often like bad fan service, both on a moral and like technical level. But the fact that the story is basically entirely run by female agency gives it a lot of authority that you wouldn't have in terms of like, I don't know. Bro, you glaze Kill la Kill way too hard. I mean, it's like a widely beloved, extremely influential anime that kickstarted the career of Studio Trigger, which then went on to make... I mean, the people who made Evangelion, Fulikuli, Gurren Lagann, that have now made, like, Edge Runners. They're making Edge Runners Season 2 soon. They made Dungeon fucking Meshi. Like, I don't... It's like, I mean, okay, you know, I just use it as an example of a good... Anyway. Iridian Knight with the 5. Got an apartment in Scranton. I'm an OTR trucker. My electric bill doubled in the past 3 months. I'm not even home much. Jesus. And with the additional $5, Iridian Knight, you're being very kind to me. Yeah, wouldn't let me dono at 20 buckaroos. Too many letters for 10. Had to fill in to get my money's worth. Lamau. I don't mind. I make it. Okay. I just know that it wasn't a deliberate machination on my part, you know? Machination. Thank you. Godcat, thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. Shay McGowan, thank you for the $5. North Carolina correspondent here. Asheville, Chapel Hill, Durham, Wilmington, Raleigh, Charlotte, That was just a bunch of words together, and I thank you for the words. Sneaky Snorin, the $10. Hopefully the left in Puerto Rico pulls off a win. I can't vote for president, so you guys better win this. Well, it wouldn't be the left in Puerto Rico. It would be Puerto Ricans in all the, the 50 states. Kill la Kill, one of the few all-flash, no-substance anime that just works. Uber Goober, you're really living up to your name. No substance on Kill la Kill? You could write a goddamn master's thesis on the theming of that. Oh, nothing. To clarity, I'd never voted before because I've never believed my vote would even matter, but that Hitler level shit convinced me. I understand that. I think that cynicism for our system is like not only a very natural default belief, but probably a extremely substantiated one, and I try to fight against it, at least to the extent that I say, in spite of how fucked it is, we always have to try our best. Peter RJ with the 3,000 Argentinian pesos. By the way, some people here are saying that I'm ANCAP. I don't know who he was. I say Milei is really stupid in some stuff, but he's not destroying Argentina. Okay. All right. Let's not engage too much in the proxy argument. I gotta go. Mega H Drive, thanks the tier 2 sub. I have read the Dandadan manga. It is excellent. I think that it is fully worth reading, even if you are already reading or watching the anime. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I wholly support Rent Control. It's a terrible musical. True! It really is. It really, really is. Genuinely. Roger Stone with the $5. I'm canceling my Reuters subscription. Use this to subscribe to Reuters and read articles and stream, then we won't need to subscribe. Like canceling to reset the you've read this many free articles. Maybe. But I will calculate the viability of that strategy later. In the meantime, I've got to go. I've got stuff to do. I've got people to see. I've got places to be. You know where I'm going to be tomorrow, though, don't you? Brayson Hermillan, thank you for the £5. Vote absentee UK for the first time. I see it should be coverage about how difficult some placement vote. Yes, it is. Our voting system genuinely is like a stupid bureaucratic nightmare that makes it incredibly difficult. Also, Trump is challenging the viability of your vote, so that'll be fun to resolve. Who do I host? You know what? Fuck you. We're hosting Germa. All right. Have a good time, guys. Relax for a little bit. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll cover more politics. Take care. Make sure to drink water. I love you. Be well. Mwah. That's me showing that I care.